to the stupid question this morning. So the Bone Church is formerly known as what? 215-263. WMMR is the number. And let's see, we're going to go to, I believe, is it Jean or Jeannie? Hi, Jean. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Jeannie.
Oh, it's Jeannie?
Is it Jeannie or Jean?
Jeannie.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. All right, Jeannie.
That was nice.
The Bone Church is formerly known as what?
The Sedlick Ossuary.
Yes. The Sedlick Ossuary. Yes, that is correct. It is in the Czech Republic. And it's a church that has the bones of 40 to 70,000 people ornately displayed in chandeliers and all over the walls.
It is
really
wild.
weird, yeah.
I'd kind of like to visit that.
All right, so Jeannie, hang on a sec. We're going to give you tickets to see our good friend, Mr. Tom Papa, the Good Stuff Tour, Friday, February 16th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. So obviously there's still a lot coming in about Matthew Perry. His death at his residence on Saturday, the cause will require additional investigative steps by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office before reaching a conclusion. They had said there was no foul play suspected.
Right. And there really doesn't appear to be.
But the listing on his cause of death is deferred. In cases where the cause of death cannot be determined at the time of autopsy, a deferred certificate is issued until additional studies are completed. An autopsy has been conducted, but examiners are awaiting the results of toxicology reports in order to determine his cause of death. Such reports can take weeks, by the way, to complete.
Something Casey was saying yesterday, and it was followed up by some stuff I was reading later on in the day about the number of people who will have heart attack. It's weird.
In the bathtub?
In a bathtub or jacuzzi. In a warm, like they'll have heart attacks, and then obviously if
there's nobody there to help you.
Nobody to help them.
You slip below the water,
Right.
you can't move,
You die.
You feel paralyzed, and then that's it. Yesterday, the cast of Friends released a joint statement to people reacting to the news of Perry's death. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer all mourned the loss of their longtime friend and co-star. In the letter, they wrote, "We are so utterly devastated by the loss of Matthew. We're more than just castmates. We are a family." Of course, the show ran for 10 seasons, so they spent so much time together. They wrote, "There's so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss. In time, we will say more as and when we are able. For now, our thoughts and our love are with Matt's family, his friends, and everyone who loved him around the world."
There was a clip of him just weeks ago. He was, I forget what talk show he was on, but it was on the set of, or the soundstage where Friends was shot. And he was getting all nostalgic. He seemed in a really good place. It's so sad because of that, because this seemed to be the time that was actually taking.
His ex-fiancee, Molly Hurwitz, is reflecting on her profound relationship with him. She spoke about their time together in a post on Instagram, captioning a picture of Perry's silhouette against European cityscape. She opened up about the impact their relationship had on her life. She said he would love that the world is talking about how talented he was. He was really he really was very talented, she said. As the Friends reunion was approaching, we rewatched the show together. And she said, "Our respect and appreciation of humor is something that connected us. Being with him as he rediscovered his brilliance was magical." Though Perry possessed undeniable talent as an actor, she noted that she obviously knew the man in a very different way. She wrote, "While I loved him deeper than I could comprehend, he was complicated, and he caused pain like I've never known."
Yeah.
She wrote, "No one in my adult life has had a more profound impact on me than Matthew Langford Perry. I have tremendous gratitude for that, for everything I learned from our relationship. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Al-Anon. That's support groups for people who have been impacted by another person's alcoholism." She said, referencing his struggle with substance abuse, an invaluable resource for those who love someone struggling with this destructive disease.
Do you know with these deaths that have occurred recently, and you try to remind yourself to do it because it's important to do it, and so many people have said he would love hearing people talk about his comedic chops and what he brought to the world and so on and so forth. If you get the opportunity with somebody you care about to tell them that, or to tell them why you like them or what you think about, hopefully it's good. it's probably a good thing to do because you never know.
Yeah, I know. Listen,
And I'm giving advice that I don't even take.
No, I was thinking the same thing, and me too. Same thing, but
Yeah.
I was reading Salma Hayek's tribute to him, which was lovely and everything, and she ended it with, "My friend, you are gone much too soon, but I will continue to cherish your silliness, your perseverance, and your lovely heart. Farewell, sweet Matthew. We will never forget you." Wouldn't it be nice if you said that to the person?
I know.
Because now this is what I believe personally. They can't hear what you're saying,
Right.
and it'd be nice for them to know that before.
I think anyone
everything
would love to
ends.
know that, or it would, it's probably twofold. You feel good letting them know.
Yeah. And a final note to Perry, by the way, Hurwitz concluded saying, "Maddie, I feel relief that you are at peace. Sincerely, Malorama-fication." So I guess that was a nickname that they had.
You know what it reminds me of? In The Great Gatsby, there's a scene before, spoiler alert, Gatsby is killed. And Nick Carraway turns to him and he says, he's walking away and he says, "You're better than all of them," and then he says, as part of his inner dialogue, "I was so glad I said that to him at that point in time."
Okay.
Yeah. And so that it gives you that frame.
Yeah, I don't think you'll ever regret doing that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Unless the guy's a real scumbag and you were lying.
I just wanted
Why
to
did I
make him
say that? He thinks I like him.
feel better for some reason or another, and I don't even like that guy.
What a waste of breath. No, it's a very touching thing to do.
Yeah, you won't regret it. So Mary Lou Retton is on the road to recovery. She actually wrote in a statement on Instagram, and only one of her daughters recently.
Daughters? Mary Lou Retton's daughter.
No, she wrote in a statement herself on Instagram, "I'm with family continuing to slowly recover and staying very positive as I know this recovery is a long and slow process."
Is she being seen by a doctor?
While she did not disclose any more details about what landed her in the hospital, which her daughter, McKenna Kelly, wrote.
My daughter.
And said it was
consulting with my doctor.
Was a very rare form of pneumonia. She did say, "When the time is right, I'll be sharing more information about my health issues."
It's wild because you think of someone who's, probably in top shape, and succumbing to something like this. But, it's an eye-opener.
Retton added that she hopes that by eventually sharing her own story, she can help others who may face the same battle as me, she said. She also wrote that she is beyond blessed to have the opportunity to make this statement and said she is overwhelmed with all the love and support from the world as she fights. "I'm forever grateful to you all," she added. And then she also wrote, "I appreciate everyone's respect for my privacy at this time," and signed off the update saying, "I love you all, MLR." So we'll have to wait and see exactly what that was. Okay, here's your story for the morning.
All right.
Goldie Hawn.
Yes.
Recalled an encounter. Did you see this?
No. I love Goldie Hawn.
She recalled an encounter that she had with aliens when she was in her 20s on a recent episode of the Apple Fitness Plus Time to Walk series.
Awesome.
The actress said a lot of UFO sightings were happening at the time. She was working as a dancer in California when the extraterrestrial experience took place.
Wait,
and
I thought she was a
Yeah,
singer.
that was no. She was a dancer.
Thanks.
Oh my God!
And she asked to sleep in another dancer's car one night. She said, I got this high pitched sound in my ear. It was this high frequency. And I looked out the window and I saw 2 or 3 triangular shaped heads.
Hey, you're on laughing.
She described the aliens as having a silver color, a slash for a mouth, a tiny little nose, and no ears. And she said they were pointing at me.
You want to see what this mouth can do, baby?
She said, pointing at me in the car as if they were discussing me like I was a subject, and they were droning, and I could not move. I was paralyzed. She said she thought she was just dreaming all this. She said until these books came out and other people started sharing their experiences and having a discussion with an astrophysicist at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign who had been researching alien encounters. She said she remembered that they touched her face.
It's a bunch of poppycock.
Poppycock.
And she said it felt like the finger of God.
Wow.
She said it was the most
You
benevolent.
like that, don't you?
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. It's
what
a
else?
religious experience.
Of doing these fingers.
Yeah.
She said it was the most benevolent, loving feeling. This was powerful. It was filled with light.
It's funny because there's an SNL bit where the 3 people have various alien encounters, and 2 of them have this. I mean, it's like being wrapped in a warm blanket, and the other one is forced to straddle a bowl and pee in it.
Is that like Kate McKinnon?
Kate McKinnon,
Okay.
yeah.
She's
And
so
this
good.
almost sounds exactly like that, Preston.
Yeah, so anyhow, that's what she says happened to her.
I'm tending to think probably it was a product of her sleepiness.
Maybe a dream.
But who knows?
Something like that.
What do I know?
I don't know.
I don't know anything.
People reports that This Is Us actor, you watch that show, right, Kathy?
did, yes.
Vilo Ventimiglia secretly married modeled Jura Mariano earlier this year.
played my son.
He did.
That's right.
In Rocky Balboa.
daughter.
The couple reportedly had a private ceremony with just their family and close friends. The Gilmore Girls actor told the outlet in 2017, I try to minimize myself so people can see the character and can really dive into work, and I try to remain as anonymous and invisible as I can so it doesn't take away from the experience of the men that I play.
I like that.
I don't know how interesting my life is any more than anyone else's. So he keeps things really quiet.
Whoa, yes.
You know, he's not a press hound or anything like
Were you
that.
happy with the way that series ended? There's so
Yeah,
many people who are rabid fans of This Is Us.
Yeah, I was. I watched the whole thing, and yeah, I thought they did a nice job in ending it.
All right.
She's a beautiful woman. She was born in Hawaii, and that's kind of all I know about her. Other than that, she's
Hawaiian.
and that she is a model. Yes. Another very beautiful woman, Bridget Wilson, former actress, husband of Pete Sampras, shared in a statement on Sunday revealing that the Billy Madison actress has been diagnosed with ovarian cancer.
Yeah.
So Pete Sampras wrote, last December, my wife Bridget was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. He wrote, since then, she has had major surgery, pushed through chemotherapy, and continues with targeted maintenance therapy. He added, it is hard to watch someone you love go through a challenge like this. I've also learned that it's very hard to reach for support when something is simply too hard to talk about. With that said, he said, I am humbly asking for good thoughts and prayers for our family as Bridget continues to thrive on her healing journey, by the way. So hopefully things will be,
absolutely.
going in the right direction for that. TMZ reports that the Bear actor, Jeremy Allen White, he was also on Shameless.
Yep.
Kathy.
Yes, he was.
I'm trying to find all these stories for you, you know. And singer
Well, you think of her as a daughter.
and singer Rosalia, who I guess has a hit called is it Beso or Beso? Does anybody know?
I have no clue.
Okay.
How do you spell it?
I'm always taking a shot in the dark when I see these pop songs. And I'm like, I know I'm going to mess this up. Beso.
Let's go with that.
Okay. Well, that's how you spell it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you pronounce it that way.
And, well, it could be beso, like peso.
That's what I said. Beso or
Beso,
Beso.
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 Doesn't it mean
Anyway.
kisses? Doesn't that mean kisses? Beso?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Oh, there you go.
Beso.
So they are spending quality time together.
Huh.
The pair were photographed at a farmer's market in Los Angeles.
Do you know what's great among the many things that's great about the Bear? He is technically the star, but I don't even think of him that way. That ensemble is so good that everybody has their profound moments.
Yes.
It is truly an ensemble.
So they were at a farmer's market in Los Angeles.
A farmer's market?
And White, he carried a huge bouquet of flowers.
Aw.
Last week, they reportedly had dinner together before
Dinner?
catching a screening of Wild Things as well. This comes after the Shameless actor was photographed kissing model Ashley Moore in Los Angeles in August, and amid his divorce from Californication actress Addison Timlin. You ever look at a word and sometimes you just can't?
It happened
Do it.
this morning. I won't mention
California?
I won't mention the reporter's name on television, but he was attempting to say a word, and he just could not. He was not seeing it.
Oh, I heard
saw
it.
Yeah,
I heard it too.
It was irreparable instead of irreparable.
Irreparable?
And I heard it at
Yeah.
4 o'clock this morning and then again later on. It happens.
Yeah.
All right. So Travis Barker recently addressed rumors that he is the cause of the Kardashian sisters, Kourtney and Kim's feud.
Huh.
The
A man.
The LA Times reported in an interview, he called the rumors ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. You give people a little information, he said, and they think they've solved the mystery of this is why they're fighting. It's just so ridiculous, he said in an interview.
Do you think he knows that we don't care? Us
Probably.
specifically.
Yeah.
Barker wrote about the youngest Kardashian sister in his memoir, Can I Say, saying that she was effing hot.
So hot.
And kept secretly checking her out even as he was dating Paris Hilton at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Barker told the newspaper, it's like Kourtney fans are worried about Travis. He's a womanizer. Stop it. He said.
Stop.
I obviously shared all that stuff because I wanted to move past it. It was therapeutic for me, he said. And he insisted his wife has no hard feelings over his relationship with Kim. He has also said that nothing physical ever happened between them. Barker's ex-wife, former Miss USA runner-up and Playboy Playmate Shanna Moakler, disagrees.
She's a bomb thrower, that one.
Yeah. So
she's a temptress.
He said about Courtney's non-reaction, that's her sister. She knows we used to talk. Nothing bad was going on.
No sad, bro.
And Kim, for her part, also denied the rumors. In response to fans' questions on whether she and Travis hooked up on her Instagram, she wrote, no, false narrative. We've been friends for years, and I'm so happy for him and Court.
How could you... Living in that dynamic where everything you do at virtually every level is reported on, and usually reported on because you float the story out. How do you even... What is your perception of reality at that point?
I guess sometimes... So there was a scene in the movie, or the TV show, oh, man...
Give me an actor.
The rich family, Succession.
Succession. Okay.
Where they're essentially playing with Twitter, and they're
I see.
You know, I'm going to post this. And This is going to happen. Watch this.
Right.
Or you know, and they
do you think that's the dynamic here?
Absolutely. Yeah. That they'll play with it.
Right.
Because they can. They're juggling millions of eyes.
Yeah.
You know, and they can absolutely do what they want to and play around. And sometimes it can go bad, and sometimes it's by accident and it's out of their control. But other times they manipulate it for sure.
We're all basically in pods with nozzles attached to the back of our head.
Totally, man. Yeah.
And the Kardashians are running everything.
Well, I'll take the red pill.
Yeah.
Deadline reports that, listen to this. How stupid can you get? Former Saturday Night Live writer Kevin Brennan is facing criticism for a string of tweets he posted following the news of Matthew Perry's death over the weekend. So he wrote, drown in a hot tub. Ha, 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 ha.
Oh, no.
You know?
We've had, we know Kevin. We've had him in here.
Yeah.
Have we?
Yeah. His brother's Neil Brennan, unless it's a different Kevin Brennan.
So, commenting on the Friends actor known history of addiction, he also added, I do love it when junkies die.
Oh, my God.
I know. That's just dumb.
So, what throws me, because he is a funny guy. I've always liked him. I don't know where this comes from.
Despite people responding to his tweets with outrage, he continued to make jokes. Somebody wrote, why is drowning in a hot tub funny? And then he wrote, because it's not very deep. So, you know, you gotta read the room there, bud. It's
yeah, I don't get it. I think a lot of people that are I think he was he dated Sarah Silverman for a while, and her reaction is also kind of like, what? This is not really him.
It's not funny. You know, listen,
Yes.
if you've got a good line after a tragic situation, okay, all right, you know, go for it. I mean, you got to live with the consequences of your actions, but you know, people like Anthony Jeselnik and who's some of these other kind of like a
caustic
insult and caustic comics, like they'll do it. That's just like mean. I was like, where's the ha ha?
It's a mean observation.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could listen. You could take a try at making it comedic, but there wasn't even that effort. And and he's legitimately. He's a funny writer and a funny dude, so I don't know why this is. This is his stance.
Yeah, I might have heard Anthony on a podcast, or it might have been part of his bit, but it had gotten to the point where if something terrible happened in the world, he would get a ton of text messages saying, "Don't do it."
Yeah, don't
do it. You know, and then that would just fuel it. But again, there was an attempted humor. There was no attempted humor there.
Right.
I get it.
Also, the immediacy of it. I know so many people who figured, I'm going to shake things up and jump right on it. Don't let the dust settle. Jump right in, and then end up paying for it.
Yeah. Yeah, and also, you know, you're talking about a beloved character.
Yeah.
A guy who's played a beloved character for, you know, a decade on television. So, not a good idea.
I mean, it came out within hours of the news.
Yeah. All right, Steve, you'll like this, and I'm sure you've already seen it. Variety reports that fans of the 2014 horror film It Follows can now look forward to a sequel.
Yeah.
And that will be titled They Follow. Micah Monroe, I think, is set to reprise her role as Jay Height. for the second film, and David Robert Mitchell will return as writer and director. Neon is set to co-produce the film.
I watched that, Steve, and I'm not, I'm
What'd you
usually
think?
well, I watched it a while back on your recommendation.
Yeah.
But last night, I watched another movie, that Argentinian movie, on your recommendation. Something.
When Evil Lurks.
That's it. I watched it. I downloaded
Well,
Shudder.
kudos to you, because that is a mofo. What'd you think?
I enjoyed it. It was good, but I didn't have to cover my eyes too much.
So
And
When Evil Lurks is from the same guy, Preston. I've mentioned this movie called Terrified. But When Evil Lurks takes the possession trope and twists it all around.
Yeah.
And it is so well done. It is one of the best horror movies I've seen in years. When Evil Lurks, it's on Shudder.
Subtitles?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's an Argentinian director. But there are scenes in this. In fact, we're looking at a clip from the trailer right now.
Oh, dude.
I won't tell you exactly what's going on, but he's able to discern that one of the goats in this pen is possessed.
Okay.
And it is what happens in this sequence, this chain of events, will make you go, whoa!
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, Case?
I absolutely impressed. It's kind of got that pacing. If you like Midsummer, there's just something off.
Something
right?
creepy.
But then when it goes,
yeah.
it starts going unrelentingly.
Okay. Variety reports that Amazon MGM Studios is in the early stages of developing a television series based on the 1982 horror film Poltergeist as well. No plot details available at the time, but the show will be set in the same world as the film. So I guess maybe they're going for that time frame too, 82.
Well, that'd be kind of cool. Make
Yeah.
it like a period piece.
Yeah, so we'll see. And then one last thing. Ava DuVernay's new film, Origin, is inspired by the life and work of Cast, the origins of our discontents author Isabel Wilkerson. DuVernay told The Hollywood Reporter that while speaking with Wilkerson, she was inspired to include the Pulitzer Prize-winning author's cousin, Marion, in her film, and she knew the perfect actress for the part. Her cousin, Marion, she said, played on the film by Nicey Nash Betts, was not in the book. She said, as she was telling me the stories about Marion, I just fell in love with her, and I thought, she sounds like Nicey, one of my best friends.
Are there any monsters in this thing?
No, there are no monsters. Well, I can't, I don't know.
A couple monsters would be nice.
I'm being flippant about it, and it very well may be monster-laden for
Sounds
all
a little
I
heady
know.
for my taste.
Yeah. All right, so we're now ready for the clips. So the new comedy movie, Tripped Up, is about an aspiring chef who sets off with her friends to compete in a prestigious food festival. Here, actress Sasha Fox talks about the character that she plays in the film.
Taylor is, in the beginning and throughout the film, a very emotional, struggling girly. I think that she is a badass. I really, really related to the rock and musical elements that she had. I think when it came to the auditioning process, it was refreshing to see a character that I was like, oh, I don't even really have to think too hard because I know her mindset.
Shut up, dummy.
Tripped Up is available in select theaters and on digital right now. All right, here's our next clip. Desperation Road is the story of a woman and her daughter who get caught in the crossfire when whiskey, guns, and the desire for revenge violently intersect in a rough and tumble Mississippi town. In this clip, director Nadine Crocker talks how she worked with the actors to create a tight bond on screen.
I mean, I think it takes an extreme amount of trust, and I feel incredibly lucky that there was this beautiful relationship, collaborative process and trust between all of us, almost instantly. It was kind of like, when you say I found my people, and it was like, I found the actors for this movie.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Desperation Road is now available on Prime and Apple TV, should you feel the need to watch. And there you go, your Halloween entertainment report for today. All right, let us take a break. Reminder, Tattoos Day, so text word tattoo to 39333. Could set you up with a Preston and Steve Show tattoo. It's a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing on South Street. We'll get a winner at some point this morning. We'll take a break. We'll be right back on this Halloween morning. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl, revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year. So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and then pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically
Like a
dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like
I think,
bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
You really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh, my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer. Yeah.
It stays
I gotcha.
later darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It
gets-
stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
Dark and dark.
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story,
Yeah.
Preston.
No,
it's
I
going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd
What's
Nelson
going
is playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
You
it.
don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right? Yeah.
It's remarkable though. Like little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction, and that one set. I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever. But like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like
Okay.
we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark
Yeah.
posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on." That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget like actors really know what they're talking about. Like he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
Yeah.
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is a legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity, once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't this isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy, Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He was like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antasio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy.
And you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos. I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news, my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh. And we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we
more
spoken?
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So obviously, talking about a lot of different Halloween things today on the program, and over the weekend, if there were Halloween parties you were going to go to, most likely they were there. Costume parties over this past weekend.
Oh yeah, it's all over the place.
Best time to get in is the weekend nearest to the date, and I saw. We saw like Playboy bunnies and things like that kind of stuff out on the street. But Steve had posed this interesting question, and I wanted to open up the phones and see if anybody's ever had this experience before. And that is, obviously, people kind of tear it up on Halloween night or at the Halloween parties when they're being celebrated. Have you or someone you known ever been arrested in costume before?
My God.
And maybe even put in a holding tank while wearing said costume?
I mean, to me, that notion is hilarious.
Yes.
I don't care what it was for. Also, like going through a roadside sobriety test in a costume.
Mm-hmm.
Anything like that, because you are very vulnerable at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever you're dressed as.
So I told you guys this. I think I told you the story. I can't remember if I told it on the air. It is not me. I will not say who the person is now that this person is a professional. But
all right,
took a ride after a Halloween party, and I think maybe even a Halloween bar crawl after the Halloween party in a Captain America suit with his shield, and then left the shield in the back of the cop car, called the police station, and asked if he could come pick up his shield.
My God.
So he was put in the back of a cop car in a Captain America costume.
So he didn't get arrested. He just got a ride home. And when he got out, he left his shield. But same night, still intoxicated, called the police station and asked if he could come get his shield.
215-263 WMMR, the number. All right, this isn't an arrested one, but you guys are going to love the story because it was a friend of ours that this happened to, and it was after Shamaween. And it was a friend of ours' husband who was dressed as Mr. Incredible. Well, apparently...
I love that costume.
Apparently, Mr. Incredible woke up on the front lawn the next morning.
I love it.
Because Mr. Incredible could not make it into the house.
I think that
just could not make it into the house.
A superhero should be able to use a door.
Yes. Yes.
Preston, it was not Halloween, but you called to mind something, and it's one of those things where, like, you're going out there. You're, okay, I'm going to wear this costume, and I'm getting into this.
Yeah.
We were at an event. It was not Halloween. It was at, I think it was at Brave New Worlds, the comic book store. And a guy came down, super nice guy, big fan of the show and listener. He came down in a full Iron Man costume. And he locked his keys in his car.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
And so Iron Man is outside his car with a coat hanger.
You don't have something on that suit?
Right.
That could,
all that tech.
Yeah, somehow or another. Jimmy, that lock open? I'm going to go to Sean. Hi, Sean. Good morning.
Ding dong. Oh, look who it is.
Look who it is. It's ambrosia salad, my favorite.
What's up, Sean?
I didn't have a smartphone at the time that this happened, so there are no pictures, sadly, of it. But back in my college days, a friend of mine who's like 6'5", bulky, bald. He was arrested on South Street as a giant Tommy Pickles.
Tommy
yes,
Pickles
yes.
From Rugrats.
Rugrats.
Yeah, Rugrats.
Oh, my God.
That's great.
So he was arrested on the spot, and so 6'5", dressed as Tommy Pickles, and put in the back of a cop car.
Yeah, he drank a little too much, and he was mouthing people off, and then one thing led to another, and then the police got called, and I was slowly relocating myself away from the scene.
So Sean, at the 911, we got an aggressive pickle down here on South Street.
All right.
That's hilarious.
Pickle.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. Here's a text now. Not only arrests, but sometimes just a brawl can happen. So this says, went to college in New York. Bar fight between Winnie the Pooh and Satan was the best thing I've ever seen.
Oh my God! I'd
And
pay
then he
money.
wrote, and then in a follow-up text, he wrote, Satan won.
Okay.
Well, man.
What was the one where was it a whole bunch of Santas? Or Easter bunnies that were going at it?
Santa Claus.
Okay, it was Santa
there was like
Claus.
a full-on mass brawl of people wearing Santa Claus costumes. That is one of my
Santa's gotta go.
all-time favorite videos.
Were these the street Santas, like people?
No. This was like at almost a running of the Santas type of event.
Wow!
And they were all dressed up, and they ended up getting
It's hilarious.
fist fight in the street, which is just a scream. I will go to Andrew next. Hey, Andrew. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, buddy. So arrested in costume. Did it happen to you?
Yep.
What happened?
Quite a few years ago, my ex and I went to her mother's house in Jersey to get ready for the zombie crawl on South Street. So her and I are both in zombie attire, bloody faces, torn clothes and stuff. Went to the zombie crawl. Everything was fine. Got on the Patco train to come back to Jersey to, wind the night down. And I was talking about a movie called The Source Code on the train.
Okay.
And I may or may not have said the B-O-M-B word on the train.
Oh my God!
Oh, no.
So the train stopped
B-O-M-B word.
well before where I was going. And we got rushed by, guys with assault rifles and who said it? Who said it? So,
All right, so somebody overheard you say the word bomb, and then they called the police.
Correct.
Wow.
And so they charge you, and you're dressed in zombie makeup.
Oh, yeah.
And are they drawing down on you?
Absolutely.
Holy hell!
All right, Andrew. Andrew, can you deliver this line to me? Because I don't know this line, and I need to hear how it was said and the context that it was said.
Sure. So I'm just conversing with the people that went with us, and I said, "You ever seen the movie The Source Code? It's got the Matt Damon on it, and it's about when he goes back in time to try to stop a bomb on a train."
Oh,
That's
boy.
literally the context.
Bomb on a train.
So he wasn't reciting a line. He
Right,
was
he's
just
just-
talking about the movie and the plot.
Wow.
Correct.
Okay.
And that was enough to get you drawn down on in full zombie makeup. Now, how long were you detained, or how long did they interview you?
Well after until the sun came up. I was in a holding cell by myself for like 6.5, 7
You
hours.
were in a holding cell dressed in full zombie makeup till the next morning.
Is there a mugshot?
No.
Okay.
They didn't end up charging me with anything.
They just held you.
They had to wait until the federal agents came in to question me.
Of course.
Oh, my
It's
God.
Movie bomb.
By the way, the movie's pretty good, but I mean the fact that they well, listen, I can sort of understand that, but holding cells, by the way, can be really slimy, filthy.
I love the fact that these FBI agents show him. All right, where's the perp? All right, he's the zombie in cell 3.
Uh-huh.
Right. Oh, and that's not even the best part of the story.
All right.
So it's where they stopped the Patco train was like right in Camden, right across from the BB&T or whatever.
Yeah.
Pierre calls it now. So it was right there, and they said we couldn't use the phone to get a cab. And my ex, God bless her heart, she waited for me outside.
Aww.
So when they finally released me, they said there's a payphone across the street. Go call a cab from there. So as we're walking across the street to the chicken place, it's still open at like 6:30 in the morning. There's a whole group of gentlemen on the corner who thought that I beat the hell out of my girlfriend because she was in zombie attire and all bloody. So they started drawing down on me as we were walking across the street to get the thing.
Oh my God,
dude! This is the best story ever. You're first off, you're a zombie terrorist aboard a train. You get detained
in a white T-shirt and flip flops.
And then you're walking across. You figure, okay, this nightmare's ended, and now you're perceived as a batterer.
So how'd you handle these guys?
Well, the cop pulled up on the corner and was like, "What are you guys doing here?" He was like, "Get in the car. I'll take you to a hotel."
Oh, jeez. Well, that is a story for the ages.
Wow, Andrew.
Yeah.
That's crazy. All right. Thanks for sharing, man.
Absolutely, bro.
All right, we'll see you.
My bet is he never goes to any costume
Why
party
ever do that again?
Yeah.
Why ever do that again? All right. This isn't Halloween based, but I'm going to go to this one. Hi, Matt. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
So this was about 20 years ago. My church does a pig roast every fall to raise money.
All right.
And they advertise it as such, as a pig roast. For some reason, somehow, some way, PETA got wind of it, and they decided to protest our church.
Okay.
They had picketers and all this nonsense, and they had a guy out there dressed like Jesus.
Okay.
Well, at the time, me and my buddies were like 10, 12 years old. We were teasing Jesus a little bit. We got Jesus to cross the picket line. So Jesus got arrested.
They arrested Jesus. Did they cuff Jesus?
Oh, yeah, they cuffed him, put him in the car, and it was the headline of the daily local news in Chester County. The next day, Jesus gets arrested at church fundraiser.
At church fundraiser.
That's great.
Oh, that's excellent.
I love it.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it, man. All right. Let me go to Ernie. We're talking about getting arrested in costume. Hi, Ernie. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Hey, good morning to see you, buddy. What's up?
Not much.
What's your story, Ernie?
So I got arrested at a party at Temple, a college party, wearing a Scooby-Doo costume.
Awesome.
Okay. Why were you arrested?
Well, apparently there was some kind of, inside scoop to the Philadelphia police that there was a big party going on at this party, and they had some undercover agents dressed up in costume too.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So this wasn't this wasn't. I'm sorry. This wasn't like 5 or 6. This was a rager.
Yeah, there's probably 80 people there when it happened.
Okay. All right.
And what was your charge? Why'd they bust you? What was it?
They busted everyone that was in there. They all busted out their badges on their necklaces.
Was it underage
For
drinking?
what?
Yeah.
What's the charge?
Underage drinking.
Oh, you guys were underage.
And you would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those kids.
Yeah. All right. So Ernie, did they hold you? They throw you in the back of a car? What ended up happening?
They breathalyzed each of us on our way out, and if we had alcohol in our breath, they gave us a little summons and sent us on our way.
Please tell me they said, "All right, Scooby, blow into this tube."
Pretty much.
By the way, did you also test for toilet water?
Oh my God!
That's hilarious.
I love it.
That brings up the memory of just nostalgically.
Bill Weston.
Bill Weston walking down South Street. We were having a party at the TLA,
yeah.
And there's Bill, and I'm like, I remember I was with. I forget I was with. Like, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
It's Bill Weston.
And his Scooby-Doo was one of those where the full Scooby-Doo head was above on top of his head, and his face was kind of obscured, and it was hilarious because he looked very goofy in that. Let's go to this sounds good. I'm going to go to Brandon. Brandon, morning, bud.
Hey, good morning. I like turtles.
Yeah, I like turtles too, damn it.
What's your story, buddy?
All right, so a few years ago, I was dressed up as Forrest Gump when he runs across the country. So, the long beard, long hair, short shorts, tube sock. So me and my buddies, we all go to the bar, end of the night. I just felt like running. So I left my buddy, ran down Spring Garden Street, and there's the SEPTA station, and I needed to take the subway, but I didn't have any pockets in my short shorts, so I didn't have any cash on me, so I decided to hop the turnstile. So given that it was 1 a.m, train maybe comes every 20 minutes, up on the platform chatting about, sit on the train. Right as the doors are about to close, Philadelphia police comes up, grabs me off the train for jumping the turnstile.
Oh,
Did they?
So my $3, subway fare turned more into $200, $300 after fees and all that.
Quick question,
All right,
Brandon.
Forrest, let's go.
Did they recognize that you as wearing a costume, or did they just think you were some sort of hobo-ish character?
So I did have the naturally long beard, but obviously the rest of the costume was dressed up. But the cop wasn't very friendly.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Not getting
Brandon.
arrested, but did you ever see the footage of the guy? He plays baseball for a college team, and he's dressed as Forrest Gump on Halloween, and he gets a hit, and he runs through first base, straight through the outfield, hops the fence, and just keeps on running.
No,
It's
that's
so
excellent.
good. It's so good.
I
Yeah.
would love that. All right, let's see. How about Kelly with a story? Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Hey!
Appreciate it, man. What's up?
So I was actually I dressed as Tony Montana in Dallas, Texas, and somebody called saying that I was selling cocaine.
Did you have fake cocaine with you?
Yes, I did. I had
my
well over 100 bags of fake cocaine.
Oh, my God.
100 bags?
So at the time, of course, I was real combative. I was a kid.
Yeah.
And so I got detained and pulled down to the station, and I was actually detained for 9 hours.
Wow.
Every single individual bag and tested them.
They tested every single bag. What was it? Was it baby powder or sugar, or what'd you have in there?
Baby powder.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of times, they, it's my understanding, I'm not really well versed in the world of cocaine, but don't they cut cocaine occasionally with baby powder?
Not baby powder. They'll do it with
honestly,
baby
I wouldn't
formula.
know.
Baby formula. Okay, all right.
Yeah, they'll do it with baby formula.
But wow, man, 9 hours. And do you think that's a testament, or was your costume on point, or did you think if you had sold it more, would they have believed your story, or what was it?
Oh, no. I was in Deep Ellum, so everybody looked suspicious. I was in a Party City outfit.
A Party City outfit. Okay, well, that could have been it.
All right, thanks, Cal. Appreciate it, man.
Party City, Tony Montana.
Oh, by the way, I was at Spirit Halloween last night. It was
Carnage?
well, yeah. I mean, the line, and like everything was off the walls.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I was like, okay, and this is the day before Halloween.
Yeah, what do you expect, right?
Maybe you don't wait till that long to go.
Yep. We'll go next to Gary and see what we got here. Hi, Gary. Good morning.
Oh, Gary!
What's up?
guys.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
My name's not actually Gary, but I needed to keep this secret because I know the guys in this group also listen to MMR.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So, one year we decided to all go as gender-bent Sailor Scouts from Sailor Moon.
I'm sorry, what now?
The Sailor Scouts from the anime Sailor Moon.
Oh, Sailor Moon, yes, okay.
Yeah. So we're all bigger guys in unitards at a party. And the biggest guy, my one buddy, he gets a little drunk, a little too drunk, starts mouthing off. Cops get called, he gets arrested, and they go, okay, you can pick him up at the station. So the rest of us, all dressed up in unitards as Sailor Scouts, walked into a very full police station, half drunk.
To pick up your buddy.
Yeah, who's still mouthing off in the cell.
Oh, my God.
So was he in the cell with anybody else?
Yeah. Yeah, there was, if I remember correctly, there was a gorilla and a Joker.
Yes!
I hope you guys got photos. Did you get any pictures?
No, I really wish I did. But when we tell the story now, he gets really embarrassed. That's why
No, I appreciate that, but that's like the worst costume to be in a cell, especially if you're a dude.
Yeah.
With the gorilla and the Joker. Hilarious.
Oh,
Thank-
man.
all right.
That's, he doesn't go. We don't go to parties with him anymore.
Right.
Yeah,
All right. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. God. Another call. This is Brian who's on the line. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Hello?
Yeah, Brian, you're on, buddy.
Hey, good morning, your face.
Good morning, your face.
What's up, bud?
What's going on? So, yeah, a couple years ago, I got arrested at a party for taking a piss behind a dumpster.
Okay.
I was wearing the Ghostface costume from Scary Movie with the tongue hanging out.
Yeah.
From the Budweiser was
Hilarious.
Oh, man.
And it just happened to be when a cop was coming by?
Yeah, so it was like in the back of a parking lot behind a bar up in Mayfair.
Right.
And, I don't know. As soon as I whipped it out, that cop was right there.
Bang.
Well, the great thing is that the face kind of looks like you're enjoying taking a piss. Like, that feels so good.
So I tried to get him to let me take the mug shot with the mask on.
All right. Thanks,
great.
Brian. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that can be. Listen, it's just a night where things get wild, out of control, especially if it's on a weekend and the parties are happening at that point in time. But I remember seeing, the costume contests that we used to have out at bars and some of the elaborate costumes and just the thought of somebody getting arrested because they're out doing whatever,
And besides, what happens is that if you're following through and you're going to do the costume thing and you're really going to sell it and you're going to put the time into it, you're there to party.
Yeah.
So your
gonna
inhibitions will melt away, and you'll be in a cell with the gorilla and the Joker.
Yeah, totally.
I feel like I already know the answer to this question, but how do you feel about people who not only wear the costume but act the costume out?
That can be annoying.
It depends on the costume. Sometimes it's fun.
I'll tell you one that annoys the F out of me.
I know what it is.
Captain
Jack Sparrow. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
There was I was at a Halloween party years ago, and there was somebody who just wore the Jason costume but had the mask on.
Yeah.
And didn't take his mask off and didn't speak for the entire party. No one had any idea who he was.
Okay.
And that was good. Like, as far as acting
If you
out.
stay with it.
And then he would go missing, and all of a sudden we'd see him in a window outside.
That's great.
It was great. It was really creepy. No one had any idea who he was until the end of the party.
I went the whole night at this party and didn't find out until the day after or a couple days after until you guys told me that the guy wearing the Michael Myers mask was Jamie Kennedy. It was at the Shamaween party. He wore the mask all night, never took it off.
Yeah.
And somehow or another, you guys figured out who he was.
Did you say he was eating by sliding food through the
Yes.
Through the eye.
No, through
Through the mouth and then the mouth hole.
Through the
yeah.
mouth hole?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he had a
was
straw
eating
at one point.
He was eating pretzels.
Yes.
He was shoving them in the mouth hole.
By the way, one of my favorite things to do with a mask, and I haven't worn a mask in ages if you were at a party, is to pull the eye down to your mouth and drink through the eye hole. I still find that funny.
I've never seen that.
I still find it funny.
So I have this top Hollywood style, appliance, they call it, full head. You've seen it. It's the full vampire head. It looks like the vampire Bram Stoker's Dracula. When you put that thing on, and I'm not claustrophobic, but when you put that thing on, you're like, because whatever kind of silicone or whatever they're using just locks on your
Hugs
face.
your face.
And any movement of your face, the mask moves. It looks great until you want to kill yourself.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Don real quick. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I grew up on the West Coast. One of my buddies and us got together for Halloween one year, and he had spent some a vacation time at King County Jail at one point and knew what the scrubs looked like. So he thought it'd be a great idea to wear King County scrubs as his costume as an inmate.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, he also decided to prove how real it was. He decided to take a stroll past the front of it and got arrested.
Oh, my God.
That he had escaped from it, and it took him 12 and a half hours to get out of jail.
12 and a half hours. That's, oh, my God, that's a nightmare.
But I mean, that would be a major concern for me, depending on how good your costume is. Of course, they're going to think that at least they would have to do that and make sure.
Don, did he find the humor in it, or did he not enjoy that?
he thought it was funny up front until he found out they were actually going to really take him in, even though he's like, dude, I got ID over in the car. And they were like, yeah, nice try.
Yeah, right. They got to err on that side.
Well, he should have won the contest then if there was. Yeah, costume contest. Man.
Awesome. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it, man.
I wonder if...
See ya. Yep.
Well, people do dress up as police officers, right? I mean...
We had a text from somebody who got pulled over dressed as Officer Dangle from Reno 911.
Oh, my God.
So hopefully a cop would appreciate that.
Right.
They said the cop made me get out and show it to everyone, the Dangle outfit.
I had a good idea for a group costume, and I shared this with a friend the other day, and I'm always hesitant to share these ideas because I don't want someone to steal their ideas.
Yeah.
But, dude, in reality, I'm never going to do this.
Right.
So I'm going to share this idea, and I think this would be great for a group of guys, a group of buddies to go out as a series of Patrick Swayze movie characters.
Oh, I love that.
Because you could be Bodie.
Yeah.
You could be Dalton. You could be Johnny from Dirty Dancing.
Yep.
You could pick like 4 or 5 of these iconic.
Julie Newmar. You can do that too.
You could do that from Tu Wong Fu. Exactly. There's at least 5 or 6 of them, and you could get a bunch of guys together and be those characters. Bodie would be easy. You can bring a surfboard, or you can do the mask.
I love it.
Yeah.
You know what I
the
saw?
president's mask, and then obviously Dalton. You can make him a badass.
A collection of guys did one that's really great, Preston. It's the classic, primitive man to standing, that diagram.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and they did it as that. But the people have to stay hunched over, have the toughest part. I saw one that I thought was fantastic, and I don't know, it's probably been done before, but it's the first time I saw it. The guy was a porta pot. So from about knees up, it's a porta pot. And when you open the door, it's him with artificial legs sitting on the toilet.
Oh, that's great.
It was brilliant.
That's
I saw a really cute one of somebody dressed as Elton John, but it's from, I guess, an album cover where he's laying on top of the piano.
Okay.
And so it's his body, and he's standing, and then, the piano is, underneath of him.
Right.
And... it's got like fake legs that are
stretched out
on the piano.
I love it when people do that right. It looks great.
Have you seen the one, and I see it pop up now, it's very recent. Oh, we're looking at a picture of it. I think what you're talking about. It looks
That's
great. Casey.
excellent.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
Fantastic. Oh, my God.
So this woman is obviously a top-level makeup artist, but what she did is she was able to make it look as if her throat had been cut and her head was floating above. So you could see what appears to be the gap.
Okay.
She has long black hair, and then the sides are painted black, and the illusion is amazing.
And some people can pull it off wonderfully. Wow. All right, well, listen. Don't get arrested.
No.
Have fun. Dress awesome, but be careful and don't end up in a holding tank dressed as, a hot dog or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break and come back in a second. Some bizarre file stories for you when we return, and we're playing nothing but cover songs this morning. It's our musical mask on MMR. We'll be right back.
Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston, and I really fell for it, and it was a funny story, a funny lie, and then I said we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? And I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us. And we laughed probably for 10 minutes, literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night, I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail. And Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston.
Wow.
And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there? Can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine.
Okay.
That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope.
That's great.
And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went, I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like, it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him. And here he is square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Oh, yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine.
Yeah.
So how long will the shoot be taking place for The Machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go, Coach.
Take the loofah, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on The Machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like Bert. It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then the crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Talk
We
to
love
guys
you.
later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Hard to take an instrument
That's been around for so long.
and give it a new sound. And that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted.
Just a bit.
In the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station, you may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turn you on to something. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez.
Yeah.
Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have 2 drum kits set up in here. And by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
No, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle. I just want to
not
have
a drum
jam
off.
with you.
It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it
it's
just
gorgeous.
seems, it seems so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. you have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love and I love John Coltrane, and I love all the different. To talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, "Oh, it's too complex. I don't understand it." But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that, that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do, and I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me as a percussionist. I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and, about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice, because I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is, it's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys, because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort, and you can work as hard as you can. But sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing, technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to.
WMMR. WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll begin with this. You hear stories about this type of thing happening every now and then, but authorities are looking for the person whose donation to a Wisconsin Goodwill last week included ammunition and a live explosive device, kicking off a bomb scare, the evacuations for the entire area.
Was this guy dressed like a zombie?
Employees at the thrift store made the startling discovery while inventorying donated items, prompting the evacuation of an entire city block for more than 2.5 hours while authorities investigated. The bomb squad was dispatched to the scene and collected the explosive device identified by police as a, quote, cluster bomblet.
Honey, I'm not using this bomb. Should I bring it to Goodwill?
To be safely destroyed. No one was hurt in the incident, but cops are now searching for the mystery donor of the highly dangerous item. In a statement, the police department urged residents who have, quote, old military ordnance to contact it to ensure the device can be properly disposed of. Now, just drop it off at Goodwill.
Yeah.
Somebody could use this.
You ever go to the thrift shop and pick up a missile?
They got this stuff for everybody.
How are your munitions today?
Although the age and size of the cluster bomblet found at the Goodwill location was not immediately known, the use, transfer, production, and stockpiling of cluster munitions have been banned worldwide since 2010 when the United Nations Convention on Cluster Munitions went into effect.
Yeah, you got any thermonuclear devices there?
Goodwill employees weren't the only ones to unexpectedly find themselves face-to-face with live explosive device in recent days. Earlier this month, a pair of fishermen in Scotland unknowingly reeled in a live World War II-era grenade from the Union Canal as well.
I love the name bomblet. Sounds like something a Visco girl would, my bomblet.
A lewd Halloween display in Lakewood, Washington is upsetting some parents in a nearby elementary school. The decorations feature skeletons in inappropriate positions.
Yeah.
While the homeowner refuses to take the boning bones down, the school has put up a privacy fencing so students can't see the display from their school. And the interesting thing is the homeowner has made one change, and they've added a sign displayed out front that says, "Dear Karen, challenge accepted. Next year, try polite." So I think someone had made a comment to this person, probably rudely.
Right.
And instead of changing things, they took it to the next level. So several other displays have caused upset nationwide, like a stripper skeleton in Utah City and a beheaded savior in New Orleans.
There's always a bunch of these.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're really creative.
I agree. Sheriff's office is investigating the death of a heavily armed man found dead Saturday morning at the Glenwood Caverns Adventure Park in Glenwood Springs. This is an amusement park. Authorities have not named the suspect, but a statement issued Monday afternoon identified him as a 22-year-old man. It appears that the man broke into the caverns after hours and was not directly tied to the park. The police said he was dressed in black-colored tactical clothing, bearing patches and emblems that gave the appearance of being associated with the law enforcement. The suspect had been heavily armed with a semi-automatic rifle and semi-automatic handgun and multiple loaded magazines for both weapons. He was wearing body armor and what appeared to be a ballistic helmet. Improvised explosives were also found in the man's body and in his vehicle, which was left outside of the park's entrance. The bomb squad successfully disarmed the bombs and swept the park for hidden devices. The suspect could have implemented an attack of devastating proportions in the park. So they think that he was trying for a mass shooting.
Right.
But apparently he took his own life. So
well, that's the way to do it.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Rather than taking out a whole bunch of people and then doing that. Yeah. Prior to announcing the weapon's discovery, authorities also searched the man's home. They have not announced what was found there, but confirmed there is currently no threat to the public.
There's a lot of Beanie Babies, Preston.
The amusement park is closed indefinitely as the investigation continues. Pretty wild, man. That could have been bad.
So this is the place that had the haunted mine drop that you'd reported on that years ago. Where they Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, I
It's one of
remember
those.
somebody died in an accident at a place that was kind of out in Colorado. I don't know if this is the same. Is this the same place you're talking about?
If not, it looks very similar.
Yeah, there might be some different outdoor parks out in the West like this, but I'm not sure. In England, so this is a different. We had the story about the Goodwill store,
right?
But this is a charity-run thrift store in Wales, England, and is asking supporters to stop donating their used and unused sex toys to them, please.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, you're coming in on the love side now.
The Bernardo's store in Swansea, which supports the Bernardo's Children's Charity, issued a statement asking donors to be careful what they bring into the store. The statement read, "Could those of you who kindly donate please be mindful that we are a children's charity, and as such, we have a range of ages on our wonderful volunteer team. We therefore ask that you refrain from donating your used and unused marital aids. We would like to...
I wash these dildos off in the sink. They're okay.
We would like to remind you that the branch has video cameras so that these items can be traced back to their owners. Thank you."
It's fascinating what people think they can bring. Well, obviously from bombs to dildos.
A representative for the charity store said that the statement came after some recent inappropriate donations. The spokesperson said, "We're always hugely appreciative of donations from the community, but it's fair to say that these items aren't quite the sorts of toys that we are looking for."
I got out my game. I'm boring. I bring shoes and like coats and stuff.
Yeah. All right, and then we'll do one more story and wrap it up. Let's end with this one. In China, a woman in her 40s was brought to court for causing a scene at a cafe just because she received the wrong drink. They sentenced her to 3 months in prison for obstruction of a business. Now, in the story, the people are notified as A, B, and C, so they didn't use any of their names. So it says that A was charged with verbally abusing and assaulting employee B at a cafe. A is known to have hurled abuses at B, saying things like, "Open your eyes. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I know a lot of scary guys."
I know a lot of scary guys.
In addition, A caused a scene for about 10 minutes, pulling down B's mask and entering the drink preparation area without permission. And the rampage did not end there. She was also charged with assault and insult for biting the calf of police officer C, who responded to the report, and kicking him.
So that C bit the calf of C.
Yeah. The reason A caused a scene at the cafe was revealed during the police investigation. The kiosk malfunctioned, and she received a different drink from the one she ordered, which led to an incident of her biting a cop in the calf.
That doesn't give C carte blanche to bite someone's calf.
She was sentenced to 1 year and 6 months in prison and 3 years of probation.
How long is that in letters?
Don't really know. All right, and there you go. That is all I have in the Bizarre File for now. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Our buddy Paul Mecurio is going to be stopping by in a little while. We'll spend some time chatting with him, and we'll get into other Halloween discussions on this morning and nothing but cover songs as we pull on our musical mask on the Preston and Steve Show this morning. We'll be right back.
Weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just gonna injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, "Oh, he's such a musical drummer."
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, "Oh, he's such a musical piano player,"
Right.
because it's understood that musicians play music, and a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kits here, side by side.
Hey. I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to like trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little soloing or something like that.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Oh, you start. Oh, okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and then at some point I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it, and
Get trained back
we'll figure it out,
All right,
right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out.
All right, I don't know what to do.
That's awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here, and he goes, he points at Preston, he goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio, he goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. Well, to begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kid.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's you see.
I appreciate
Beat
it.
yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person. You know, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, you know, I think seeing a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask, and I don't know if this, listening, and Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you were especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that. Steve, they didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you're just going off the written word.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play an
crazy.
accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages,
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
Yeah, I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Cass. Our next guest, we're so happy is here this morning, and he's got a couple of gigs that he's promoting. One coming up on Saturday, November 11th, and this sounds it's a cool concept. It's called Permission to Speak, and we're going to ask him about it. It's at the Pollock Theater at Monmouth University. But then back in town in the area at the Sellersville Theater on February 2nd for a stand-up show. Please welcome Paul Mecurio.
Hey.
to the
What's going
program.
on?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. It's great to see you guys again.
You know, the Tubular Bells is appropriate because it's The Exorcist, which is Georgetown, which is where you went to school.
I did. I went to law
Talk
school
about
there.
these 6 degrees of...
But yeah, and then we'd spend a lot of time in Philly, down in D.C., and up in New York. And it's nice to be here. Last time I was here, I think there was like audit. Sometimes you have like fans in the studio.
Yeah.
Nice.
You flew in. Well, you did like the classic Tonight Show. We were talking before you came on. You just kind of ducked in. You were down with John DeBella, and you ducked in to
And
say
then
hi.
I did the I can't stay. I'm shooting a thing with
Tony Blake. I'm doing Beretta.
I'm doing Beretta. I saw a repeat of Johnny Carson with Beretta when Robert. He was out of his mind.
And you could tell then. But there was this mystique about him. Like, this guy shoots from the hip.
He comes out. It's 78 or something because John. You could tell the dates just by Johnny's lapels, like how wide they were.
It's true. It's true.
They're literally like sheets on his thing.
Yeah.
And Blake's got his hair out there, and he goes, and it was always these like non-sequitur. Johnny, when you go to the thing and the doctor says if you got 2 ducks, you don't know what you're doing. And Johnny's like, what? And it was all like that stuff. And then Johnny at one point goes, you couldn't dress for this thing. They go to commercial. They come back. Johnny takes on the role of Blake. Blake sits in Johnny's chair.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Johnny messes up his hair, takes his shirt like almost completely off, cigarette, starts burping. It was the best. It was the absolute best.
I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
you don't see that sort of
it's really great.
off the cuff stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's cool. Well, it's good to have you back. It seems like forever.
Yeah.
And Preston was mentioning this
Here
show.
it is.
Oh, there, Preston. It's up
Are
on
we
the-
watching oh my God, we're watching the Johnny Carson episode that he was just referring to.
Burt Reynolds was one of the...
That's hilarious.
How did you guys get that so fast?
We're good like that.
You're amazing.
They're all smoking, by the way.
They're all
They all
smoking.
got cigarettes.
It's
that's
the best.
classic.
And he's just burping and farting and whatever.
That's what television was. But I wanted to bring up the show. Preston was talking about this show, which is a very cool concept.
Yeah.
Why don't you explain Permission to Speak? Because I love this.
Yeah. Don't tell me what to do.
You're too bossy.
I got up
You're
at
no
6.
Robert Blake.
Kathy, Nick.
He's bossy.
Nick just shut down. He doesn't even like. By the way, I brought you guys gifts from the Late Show.
Did you? Oh, I thought you baked us stuff.
No, well, I did. Little.
Oh, the Late Show shirts and hats.
It is.
Yeah, that's very nice.
That's my wife's favorite, by the way.
What's that?
The Late Show is Stephen Colbert.
All right,
Loves
there you
the
go.
Colbert.
I got to be honest. These are irregulars. They got holes.
Does she have 3 arms by any chance?
That's fine.
This brim, if you pull on it, will rip off.
By the way,
all the money goes to Steven's drinking habit. So.
welcome back to work. I'm sure that was a strange, long period of time where you guys couldn't really write nor do the job.
Anything. Yeah, it was weird. You know, the strike happened just at the right time because Steven was due to go into rehab right around May.
So
it's every 5th month. No, it was just weird. And then, you came out of COVID and then we were back.
Right back. Yeah. And that's to me is such a confounding thing.
It was like, and then I think, and it was so funny because like the first week it was like, okay, we're going to have these, we have like 250 people on the staff, right? So we'd have these big Zoom meetings. We're going to have 250, we'll meet this week. And maybe by next week it'll be over. So we're going to have a weekly meeting. So by the second weekly meeting, we're like, yeah, we're going to change these to a monthly meeting.
It's too much.
And then it was like, now you're every couple of months. And then, yeah, and it was...
And he got COVID, too, right?
He got COVID 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He's a pussy. And can I say that? Sorry.
Yeah, you can say that.
I'm sorry. You can dump.
If it's true.
Well,
he's in rehab. He won't know.
He doesn't know. Let's see. Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, pills. Tuesday, Thursday, rum. I did. When he got it, I texted him. I go, "You got COVID again?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, "That's so 2020." I go, "You're a loser." So we got a call on a Monday. Don't tell anyone. The press doesn't know yet. Steven has COVID. We don't know what we're doing.
Right.
So then it's like, wait. We were doing a Zoom show that day, and then the rest of the week because I'm too tired, I couldn't do it. So we did a whole set of regular shows.
Right.
But nobody was happier that the strike was over than my family because I was home for 5 months a lot. Like I wasn't touring a lot. It was bad. It was like the conversation with my wife got to, why do you chew so loud?
Yeah. That's the
I'm
sign.
like, I'm chewing almonds. Like, so I'm in my house in the closet chewing almonds. Even my dog finds me annoying.
Yeah.
I am not making this up. Our dog Daisy, when I would walk into the room, She looks at me, gives me a dirty look, and walks into the other room. Yeah. And then if I go into that room that she just went in, she looks at me like, really? I just got comfortable in here. This is your room. I'm there. Right. And what pisses me off about this is like, we saved that dog. We adopt, rescue,
Good
right?
for you, yeah.
And I think they should have a lemon law when you adopt, because it turns out that this dog has a weak sphincter, okay? Yes, so the least little stress, and she's like squirting all over the place. Now, I'm not putting the dog up on a lift and going in there and poking around and looking. So what do I know that it's got a weak sphincter? But nobody told me.
Right.
So we discovered it. Now I have to have pills like twice a day. And I can't raise my voice, which I'm Italian. That's like impossible.
Right.
And so she's like a little bit of this, like, wherever she lays, it's like, it looks like an assisted living facility in my house. It's like wee pads everywhere. That's all it is. And it smells like Desitin. That's it. It's like
urine or everything.
A little bit of everything. But now we got it under control.
Wow, man.
And there's like 6 different places to sit, and they're all daisies. And I'm like nowhere to be seen.
You're home or in a condo, apartment? Where are you living?
An apartment. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. So that and obviously you're in the city.
Take her out of the city, we go to the thing and whatever. And so. Yeah, so it was like I was losing my mind. I was doing stuff around the house. Like I needed something on Amazon. This is when I realized like I had to get out of the house. I started tracking screws that I ordered on Amazon. I'm literally going like, why are my screws in St. Louis? This is crazy. You call this America? Like I was losing my mind.
Do you look, because they will give you, actually Preston's son drives for Amazon, and they will show, when you're tracking a package, you're a third in they'll give you right down to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where you're on the queue?
If you where you're on the queue, you can go that deep into the process, and it's better to not pay attention, because once you know where you are, you start the hand wringing and like, I got to make sure.
I'm looking. It's funny. I don't get the numbers as where I am in the queue. I just get a middle finger back. That's what I got.
Deal with it.
Do you get packages delivered to the house, or do you have to take them down?
No, we got to go to the apartment.
The apartment,
and they get left out there. Yeah, and so. Yeah, so it's nice to be back, and then the COVID thing happened with him, and then we're back, and now we're back doing regular shows and everything. But we can't have actors on because of the SAG strike,
which is a bit of an issue. But so you're doing this show,
Permission to Speak. So so this is a theater show. It's not a stand-up show; it's a theater show. It's directed by Frank Oz.
Which is effing huge.
Yeah.
Frank Oz.
I'm a big deal. Yeah. I brought you a regular swag.
You did.
You know.
Oh, I got you a Stephen Colbert Peach Pit, too. He spit it out 2 days ago.
Oh,
wow. And I put it in a Ziploc bag for you.
It's very Elvis.
I got up at 5 in the morning. I don't know where I am. Are those real flowers, or are those all fake?
No, those are fake. Those are my dried.
Oh, why are they just in front of you? Does anybody else?
Because there used to be a monitor there, and for whatever reason they took it away. They didn't like that it was there, and so it opened up like all the wires and stuff. So
and you don't want to look at
I
it.
decorated it. I made it pretty.
It's too steampunk.
So yes, Frank Oz, voice of Yoda. When he talks to you, he's got this very imposing voice. It's pretty crazy, and directed all these great movies and stuff, and created the Muppets with Jim Henson. So. And we have a set designed by Jim Fenhagen, who's a set designer for The Late Show, and it's got like 23 Emmy Awards. So it was basically born out of my stand-up, where I like to talk to audiences. And I was getting these amazing stories from people. And then some Broadway producers saw me doing this in New York, and they came up to me one day, this was after The Late Show, and they said, well, how did that all work out? Were those people plants? I'm like, no. They go, well, how do you make that work? I go, I don't know. I just talk to people. I think everybody has a story, and if they feel like you're not going to compromise them, they'll tell you stuff, right?
Yeah, right.
And I do think people, because of social media, are comfortable being out, like, in front of the world. And this is a kind of a form of it in a way.
I agree, but I also think at one level, and I think this is if I'm getting the gist of your show correctly, is that it also throws up this barrier that keeps you also from, I'm going to be candid, but F you, I'm not connecting, there's a shell between me. And then when you actually look at a person and hear them tell their story,
right?
Oh, that dissolves.
Yeah. So what it
doesn't become.
Yeah, it turned into this really cool thing. And the best stuff, you guys could sit in a room all day and try to write bits, but the organic stuff is the best stuff. So this has just happened organically. So we did the show, and basically the premise of the show is we're disconnected, we're nameless and faceless. If we talk, we share stories, we realize we have more in common than we think, and we connect, then maybe we're not so divisive. It's not a political show, and it's not a big, heavy theme show. It's really comedy, but the cool thing is, like, after the show, people were going up to each other and talking to each other about what they had just heard. It's like, hey,
I love that.
Yeah, you're from Philly, I'm from Philly. Your son works for Amazon, my son works for UPS. Like they start to make these connections naturally. And then the stories I've been getting have been just absolutely insane.
Well, Frank Oz directed this thing called In and of Itself by Derek Del Gaudio.
Yeah.
And it's unlike anything I've ever seen before. We talked about it on the show. We talked to Derek on the show.
Yeah.
And the way that Frank Oz brought like a vision to that, I guess, comedy special, but not really comedy.
No.
Like it was kind of similar to what you're talking about, Paul.
Yeah.
It was like just people talking and sharing stories.
Connecting.
Connecting, yeah.
Well, Derek's a hack.
Right. That's what I was getting to.
That's what I meant.
My
No,
question
wait.
is Derek a hack?
No. So what Frank does is he's all about the substance of what you're doing and what you're saying, right? Like, so we have a rule, like a 70-30 rule. Like, I never try to push for the jokes. If I try to push for the jokes, then I'm thinking about my joke and I'm not listening to what you're saying to me. And then you said something amazing to push by, and
Which is tough.
right?
It's tough.
Well, especially if you're a comic.
Yeah.
But once you settle in and you just peel back the onion, ask the second, the third, and the fourth question, you get to gold.
So this is kind of an extension of crowd work, but done.
Yeah, but it's
done
not,
in a
but
much more involved way.
Yeah, I don't use the term crowd work only because people think, well, it's like I'm just doing some insult
Right.
stuff or setting
This
stuff,
is a
setting up
whole
joke.
other plane.
But Nick, you make a good point about in and of itself. It's a brilliant show, but they worked a
For a
long
hack.
time on that. Yeah, yeah,
Right.
you know, for two guys that are just like walking through it. Yoda. Hey, anybody could talk backwards, old man, okay? By the way, I got such an intimidating phone call one day. I had done the show, like now we're doing the show in New York, and I got a call from Frank, and I'm about to go onto the stage at the Late Show. Paul, it's Frank. I'm like, yeah. He goes, what were you doing last night at your show? I'm like, oh, God. Like, this is how he talks to you. It's like, now it's your dad talking. And I'm like, what? He goes, you were pushing way too hard. You weren't letting the jokes just come. And I'm like, Frank, I got to go on stage. I can't. And it was like, I'm getting yelled at by Yoda and Miss Piggy, all at the same time.
But
he's right. He was absolutely right.
You have to listen to Frank Oz.
So right now we have a screen. So what we do is when people come into the theater, we take their picture in the lobby. We don't tell them why. And we have the digital mapping company that does the digital mapping for the Late Show, which basically can throw video onto anything or stills or whatever. So on my cue on stage, there are boxes because the theme of the show, Jim Fenhagen, the set designer, said, feels like you unbox people. They come out of their boxes. So we had all these boxes.
Right.
And then at my cue, people's pictures in the audience that night come up on the stage, and they're part of the show, literally.
Wow.
But it's digitally mapped. So now we have we're doing this in 3D with this really huge screen with rear projection. And we have animation by J.J. Settlemeyer, who did Beavis and Butthead and SLTV Funhouse. And so now we're setting the music to it. And in working with Frank, it's always like, why? There always has to be a reason for something, and it has to be tied into the theme of the show, which is about humanity for him. He loves the show because he feels like we really need it right now because things are so crazy.
He's right.
And there's a humanity to it. And so these connections and these stories. And we've got some clips or whatever, but like we could, but like the stories have been like you sit there and go, you couldn't write it, or if you wrote it, they wouldn't believe that it was real.
That's it. Yeah.
So we have a couple of clips here. This one is concerning coming out, which I can play if you want.
Yeah, this guy was great. Young gay gentleman with his parents. I like to bring multiple people up, and I happen to bring his parents up, and we were just talking about. I'm always amazed that people who are gay have to hide that. It's got to be such a hard thing. So I just asked him about what it was like to come out and all that.
Okay.
I was a pretty gay little boy. Came out to my mom when I was 16. The first thing she said was, "Why are you telling me at 10:30 at night?"
And then it went on from there, And the father said, I had no idea my whole life that he was gay until he came out. And you look at the guy and you go, how did you not see that?
Right.
Really? What closet were you living in, right?
That's a human thing. That's like some people see it and some people don't. But when you when it's kind of in the light a little bit, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And people were really cool about it. And that went on for like 10 or 15 minutes. And so the stories just kind of come out of these people because there's always something,
Yeah. And you'll spend a little time, let them expand on these stories and
let them
discuss
feel,
it.
And like that mother reaction of why are you telling me at 10:30 at night was like you wouldn't write that. You wouldn't even think that a mother, like if we were writing a scene, she'd be like, whatever. And then of course she was supportive. I think she already knew, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So it's like,
Paul, I said, I don't ever. I mean, there's been a lot of avant-garde theater, and there's been. I don't ever remember something like this where you're literally turning over the content. You're sort of curating it, but to the audience.
Well, I'm very lazy, and if I can just pass the buck to somebody else.
Not have to put in too much effort.
Yeah.
This next clip is labeled high maintenance. High maintenance.
Yeah, and then there's one. Let's do this one, and then there's the one about polio. Yeah,
Okay.
This is high maintenance. Two friends talking.
All right.
Would you go out with me?
What?
Are you high maintenance in a relationship? Are you difficult?
Do not lie. Her standards are very high. I understand that it's good to have standards.
Like if I see a red flag, and it may not be a permanent red flag, it could just be a little something, I don't think that I should stick around for it. Like fix it or I'm out.
Yeah, you're gonna be alone the rest of your life.
It's got to be weird. So you're kind of pulling the pin on a hand grenade every time someone steps
that's
up.
what I like about it. So like I don't know who I'm picking. I'm just picking them because I'm picking them.
Right.
But everybody really, it's so cliche, but really, if you're over the age of 6, you got a story.
I think the worst thing would be to get like the dynamic that the real world fell into after a while. Like people, you don't want people who are, I'm gonna wow them.
That's exactly right. That's the only time if somebody's on. That's like I got to run it. I got to let me steer the ship. We'll get there.
Yeah.
But if someone's trying to, like, I had a guy on who was great. In the beginning, he was annoying because he was a manager for Pat Cooper and Jackie Mason. I'm like, oh, this guy's cool.
Yeah.
Like I want to talk. And he just started with one-liners and he wouldn't stop.
Right.
And and it was an older guy with a diamond nose ring. Like nothing worked. So I ripped the nose ring out. And I'm like, is that funny to you, buddy? Is that funny?
Kitty cat.
Okay, you're 72. Take the nose ring out. So I had to let him get it out of his system.
Yeah.
The crowd was turning on him. The crowd was like, he'd tell another joke. The crowd would be like, oh, come on. I'm like, listen, this is the guy's story. The guy's story is he's worked with comedians his whole life. He probably deep down wants to be a comedian, and this is his moment. And once we get it out of his system, then he had some great stories.
That's cool. That's cool.
Here's one concerning polio.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Travis, how are you? What do we got here? What's the issue?
Polio.
Oh, yeah?
When kids were younger, I would go to the school plays. Obviously, kids would be like, hey, is that your dad? Is he RoboCop? Blah, blah, blah. I would tell the kids, hey, I'm from Vietnam. That's how I got hurt. They were like, really? You were in Vietnam? And I was like, yeah. And it was a joke, but my daughter's 18 now. And a few months ago, she was like, Daddy, were you really in Vietnam? I was like, oh, I forgot. I told that. I told everybody that when you were like 6. I never fixed it.
That's great.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I would think that as you're going along in these initial stages, are you getting people now that understand the conceit a little bit more and the comfortability? I assume in the beginning stages it was trying to get them to come out of the shell a little bit was more difficult. Are people sort of approaching it as a confessional now? If they're aware of the show?
It's funny. As one guy described it as a giant group therapy session.
Yeah.
I just trying to make it feel like we're hanging out in somebody's basement and we're all having drinks and telling stories, right? It just happens to be a stage or whatever. But like, we have had people coming back to multiple shows because every show is different. I tell some stories myself in the show because Frank, my director, said, you got to have some skin in the game.
Yeah.
And then we do a thing called a flip where I let anybody come on stage and just ask me any questions they want. And they bust my chops. It's hilarious. It's so fun. So as people got to more familiar with the show, they got more comfortable with it. But there were always people coming to the show going, oh, I didn't know that. I just knew that I knew you or I knew your stand-up. I didn't think it was stand-up. I didn't know what it was going to be. And this was so cool. But then you just have people come up. Like I had this guy come up. He goes, you want a story? Guy from Brooklyn. I got a story for you. Like maybe 56-year-old guy. Like I go, you seem upset. He goes, nah, it's all right now, but I got a story for you. He goes, my wife left me for a fat priest in Liechtenstein. And all I said was, look, you can't do jokes up here. Because it sounded like a guy walks into a bar. He goes, oh, no, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I go, all right. Now, at this point, everybody's like, what the F? And they're all leaning in like, wow. So he goes, yeah, so my wife, her mother died. She lives in Liechtenstein. So we go to Liechtenstein. We have the whole service or whatever. And he's talking like this, right? But he's like, he's bouncing around like one of these guys. Like he's got a live snake in his pants, you know, one of these guys.
Yeah.
And it's like, and he goes, so, you know, we have the service and whatever. And there's a priest, you know, just a fat priest. He hates the guy. He just keeps calling him fat, calling him like a fat F, you know?
Yeah.
So he goes, so, you know, then I leave because the wife has to stay to settle the estate or whatever, and she stays. And one thing leads to another. The priest starts hitting on my wife. Yeah. And then next thing you know, he's like really hitting on her, and then they start up an affair. Now, here's the thing. My wife likes to work out, right? This guy's a fat F, right? He starts hiking with my wife so he can get in her pants, right? So the guy gets in his pants, and her pants, and he loses 30 pounds. The guy's skinnier because of me, and he's banging my wife.
You couldn't write it.
Wow.
You should have showrunners just come sit in the audience for potential sitcom ideas. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's exactly right. So it's just been this sort of like the polio was like, you know, because I had never met anybody with polio. It was like polio is a 35, 36-year-old guy.
Right.
And I'm just asking questions that come to me that, like, you know, you would ask, or you would like, how do you explain to your little kid, like, why you have these crutches all the time?
Right.
And then he told that whole story.
Genuine curiosity.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, Paul Mecurio is here, and the show is called Permission to Speak. There's a couple of shows he's promoting. This is going to be at Pollock Theater at Monmouth University.
Yeah. And that's also going to be at Sellersville, too.
Okay, you're doing
Same
this
show,
at
yeah.
Sellersville.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Both. Yep.
And is that February 2nd?
Yeah.
All right, excellent.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
Well, you know, you mentioned it like a big group therapy session. It's kind of what we have here. We sit and we talk about our lives, and we invite people to call in and talk about their lives. And albeit we'll set a theme usually about whatever it is we're speaking of, but we end up being able to share all this kind of stuff with each other, and it feels so good to get it out or to hear back from somebody else that either they have something similar or even more intense going on in their lives. That it is a therapeutic exercise.
I do think that there's sort of a commonality. Like, look, if you're extreme right and I'm extreme left, I'm never going to change your views or get you to see mine. But, and now we've become devils. Like, I've been talking about my stand-up. Can I just be the guy in the middle? Mm-hmm. Can I be the guy that kind of believes in a little bit of what you believe in, but I'm not the devil to you because I'm not 100% on your side, and a little bit of what you believe in on this side, but I'm not 100%.
Because the vast majority is there.
Well,
that's where they're in the middle.
On the premise, they applaud. It's the only applause I get for my whole show for an hour, but they applaud on the you know what I mean? So you guys are exactly right. And I found with this show, it's like people just kind of leave going, oh, wow, you know, everybody's as screwed up as I
Paul,
am.
there's footage from a while ago. This is when trolling first was being used in the vernacular, the phrase for, you know, the internet assassin. And they got this guy who was just chronically trolling people and saying the most horrific things online. They hunted him down, and then they confronted him. And suddenly now, when it's face to face, there's a person there. Maybe they you know, there's a story there that you're never taking into consideration, and it frames it. You know, and it changes the whole thing. So. That's the problem. Is there are a lot of cynical people who want to play us against each other for this stuff, and it shouldn't be the case. You should looking for that story. I talk about a story about a guy. I thought I hated his guts in my neighborhood, and he hated my guts, and we had a little altercation with our dogs. And then I later found out during that time his wife was dying of cancer, and I'm like, I needed to know that.
You're right.
You know,
exactly.
and that's a big thing.
And we were talking about just before we went on the air about retirement and. You know, you knew somebody that.
Yeah, we're talking about DeBella.
And boy, is he annoying. What are you doing now? John, you're retired. Go play golf. I don't like to golf. Okay, well then make pasta. You're Italian. Wax your mustache again. It's been 3 minutes. he's gonna hear I said
he's great.
I'm gonna get a call.
He's gonna
say it.
Yeah, you said it.
I think John is brilliant. There, I got it out there. So you know, like we were talking about, so like the commonality that we have, right?
Yeah.
So my mom is 95.
Right, and my dad's 95.
Okay, and so she had a furniture business for 63 years that she ran, and she started in 1962 or whatever with 2 little kids, a high school education, when women of that generation didn't go to work, let alone start a business. Very progressive, right?
Right.
But a pain in the ass, you know, and like won't change. And it got to the point where it was like time to close the store. And So she's 95, and we talked about she has nothing else except that store.
Right.
I go, well, she's mad. She's retired. She wants to open another store somewhere at 95. Yeah. I go, no, that's not going to happen. She goes, no, it's not going to happen. We're going to go do. You're going to be a normal person now. You're going to do things like what? Well, we'll take you to the senior center. She goes, I'm not going there. Those people are old. I'm like, you're old. You're 95. What are you going to go skydiving with Taylor Swift? You're old. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My dad, we just moved him into an independent living facility.
Oh, she will not go there.
And all he talks about is how old all the other people are. And I'm like, Dad, you're as old or if not older. But I don't have the heart to really sell it.
It's a phenomenon, though, because my dad, I drive along with my dad, and my dad is super sharp, incredibly sharp, and in good shape, but he's 95. But for the past 15, 20 years, if I'd get in the car with him, he'd be driving behind someone who's going slow, who was a good 30 years younger, and he'd go, look at this old F. Look at this old F. And I'm like, Dad, you've got decades on this.
Let them have. That's what keeps them young and moving and going. They think that everybody else is older.
It's true, though. Kathy's point is right.
It's exactly right. Yeah. And what I said to my mother is I kept telling her, like, have some other interest, because when the store goes away, but the store was a social point of her life. She had customers coming for 40 years. But it got to the point, she got, well, I don't know why I don't have to. Why do I have to? I go, you want to know why? How about this? How about this? She can't hear, first of all.
Right.
She won't buy anything, so she goes through garbage, and she gets broken stuff, and she has her friend Mario fix it. She said, people leaving the garbage. She said, anybody listening, they're garbage pickers in the family. She's
okay.
She's like a white Italian Sanford and Son. And she found the hearing aid, and it whistles like all the time. It's like... it's like one of those, right?
Yeah.
You know, you take her for a walk, packs of dogs are following you all of a sudden. It's like, so because she can't hear and she's very forgetful, she locked people in the store.
Oh my God.
She locked customers in the store. Maybe that's why you have to retire. I am not making this up. I go there one day. Yes. The door's locked, right? Now it's a commercial building, right? So it's got a key in a big glass door. So the door's locked. There's a woman in the store, but there's no broken glass. I'm like, what is this, a David Copperfield act? Like, what's going on? I go in the store, I go, Mary, what happened? She goes, oh, well, I was looking around. I turned to ask your mother a question. I couldn't get out. I said, how long you been here? She goes, 4 hours.
Oh, jeez.
I go, what have you been doing? She goes, she was really funny. She goes, well, I browsed a lot. She goes, I took a nap on that sofa. And she goes, is your name Paul? I go, yeah. She goes, well, I hope you don't mind. The phone rang and I took messages. She took messages for me. I don't care how old you are, how much you've accomplished. You're always the child in that dynamic with the parent, right?
So
this is what I say, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I say this to my mom. I go, Mom, you can't. I'm like, Mom, you can't lock people in a store. When she says, I don't know what you're yelling at me about. The woman like that sofa she took a nap on, she's going to buy it. I made a sale and I wasn't even in the store.
Wow.
Oh,
and you can't so now just imagine someone who doesn't have a business. Just imagine like unraveling somebody's life who's 95, right? And all the stuff. My mother's a hoarder on some level. Like, you know, if you want to see a 1972 New York Times magazine, come to my mother's house. There's salami from 1968.
Yep.
Is she on the precipice of hoarding or is she just
not
in fun
officially
jesting?
Jesting. No, she does. So but the store was the same way. And we had to close the store. There were like magazines, this and that, catalogs. Okay. So again, child, parent, right? I'm throwing stuff out one day. My brothers are trying to just get through it. Let's get through it. I turn back, and the paper I had just thrown out is back on the counter.
Yeah, of course it is.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. This is funny to you? I'll tell both of you. You know what? You're not getting the irregular hats.
I didn't laugh.
But you understand. So I understand that. If you remember the time
but it's
they
a trust.
grew up,
I know, but it's a trust thing. She never trusted us. She thinks we're always trying to throw her stuff out. It's like, I got bigger fish to fry. I got an alcoholic boss at the Late Show. I don't need this. So I think, okay, that's weird. So I throw the stuff away again. I turn back and it's out again. So she was taking the stuff out. So in order to throw stuff out with my mother, remember the scene in The Godfather where De Niro's the young Don and he shoots the black hand, the guy in the white suit in the stairwell.
And he's got
the gun and then he goes up to the roof and he breaks the gun into pieces and he stuffs it into different pipes so no one can trace it. That's how you have to throw stuff away with my mother. You have to take pieces of paper and you have to rip them up into little pieces. and then knock on. Excuse me, could you throw this piece of paper up? A little Italian woman's going to come and we're looking for it. Just tell her you never saw me, okay? And
That's
so
hilarious.
like that's kind of how you have to do it. And
I can handle things. I'm smart.
that's how you feel with her.
Oh my God.
No, there is a charm to that, and it can be frustrating. But there's also that thing, and you get it. That was there. I got to hold on to this. I don't know. Who knows when I'm going to have another piece of paper.
Yeah, and it's also, I think, when you're losing control, right? You're closing your store. It's anything that can make you feel like you still have control.
Yeah.
And she doesn't trust us. I think she thinks we're going to saran wrap her and bring her to an assisted living facility. Like, she does not want to go.
Do you think with your type A personality, you think you're going to retire
I didn't come here to be insulted. Okay,
You
I'm a
impress
type
me.
C personality. Yeah,
right? I mean,
I don't think I could, but I'm learning. It's a really excellent question because I told my wife, I'm learning from my mother. Like, first of all, I'm not gonna do this to my son. Like, she should really be some, like, you know what I mean?
You're speaking my language, the same stuff we've been going through.
I'm just gonna be like, you know what? You want me to go? I'll go. You're gonna get cut out of the will, but you're gonna get
but I'll go.
I'll go. Yeah. You want to
there's a financial risk for you.
But yeah, exactly. You like being poor, you little F?
No, we've been trying to watch and seeing the mistakes that my elderly parents have now made and preparing for the latter part of life. And we're sitting down, my wife and I are taking notes. We're like, we are not going to do this. This is how we're going to do this.
No, it's
you know
just,
what I mean?
Like we had to have her car fumigated.
A car fumigated.
What happened?
Okay.
So she goes food shopping, right? She's going to have her girlfriends over. So she goes to like the Cacciari's, the local Italian deli in our neighborhood in Providence where we grew up. She gets the cheese and this and that, and then she decides, she's very flighty, like she'll go, this is why she owned her own business, because she does not like to be told what to do. If she wants to close the store for 4 hours and run errands, that's what she's going to do. If she locks you in, she locks you in. So you're on your own, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, the woman thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like you can't, like, so my mother decides, I got to run into Target for something. It's the summer. And then she goes in the house, does the thing. And the car, like 2 days later, just stinks. It reeks. Well, she had taken some of the food, including the cheese, and put it under the front seat of the car.
Oh, man.
And then forgot it was there. And I said to her, why did you put the cheese under the front seat of the car? And I'm quoting now, I didn't want people to steal the cheese. I'm like, okay, I guess there's a Gouda thief running around Rhode Island. You are out of your effing mind.
It made sense in her head, though.
That's a really good point. She looked at me like my question was, I'm the crazy one.
I get that from years. My mother was the security one growing up. I mean, we lived in a very, middle class neighborhood. It's pretty damn safe. But the second you walked away from if the front door, screen door, lock it. If you're going out to the back, lock the front door. If you're out in the front, you lock the back. Like all of that was always burned into us. So and I see it in me, and it's one of those things where like, hey, somebody's going to steal the cheese. It's an obvious, and like Oliver Twist is going to come on, right? It's that kind of weird thing,
and you can't. You can't undo that because she grew up in the Depression. So like you're never gonna get that out of somebody, right? All you can do is you can hope to contain it. Is that the phrase?
Yes, yeah.
Right. You can't defeat it. You can hope to contain it. And she's like a force of nature, and people get a kick out of her. But she also likes to just.
You still get that?
Oh, she will not wear a hearing aid. Okay, and it's gray. And we're going into my brother-in-law's house, and it's like Thanksgiving, whatever it was. And I'm like, there was a bunch of people there. I'm like, Ma, you got to put your hearing aid in because it can't be yelling. It's really exhausting to have to yell to somebody. It's like, I want more bread. Like, what? Yes, you have a nice head. I can't do this anymore. So I'm not going to, she goes, okay. Oh, she goes, I'm going to put it in because this really bothers you, doesn't it? I'm going to put it in. It's in her hand, right? And then we're standing in a stone driveway. She drops it in the driveway, right? Doesn't have her glasses on, okay? She goes, I go. And she leans over to pick up the hearing aid and picks up a stone instead.
Oh, no. And put it in her ear.
Sticks it in her ear.
God.
And I just laughed. I go, you got what you deserved.
Yeah.
And I walked away.
That's hilarious. I love it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
She's
Well,
a
if you
piece
can
of work.
convince her the state of the art with these hearing aids is pretty.
She just doesn't want to spend the money. The tin horn in the 1880s is more advanced than the hearing aid she has right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Paul, we got to wrap, bud, but it is so nice to see you.
Yeah, it's great to see
and
you
this
guys.
show sounds fantastic.
Yeah,
I
I'm
love
really
it.
excited about it, man.
A couple
I
of
appreciate
different spots for you to check it out at Mama Theater, the Pollock Theater, Monmouth University. That's in Long Branch, New Jersey, Saturday, November 11th. But hang out if you want to be a little closer to home, Sellersville Theater, February 2nd. Tickets available at paulmecurio.com. We'll also post it on PrestonandSteve.com, and you'll be able to get those tickets. But it sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's
Congratulations,
really cool.
man.
I'm really excited about it. And if you got a story, come on out. We'll talk about it. It's really fun. It ends up being a cool hang.
Yeah,
awesome.
Don't bring your deaf mother, though, because I'll kill her.
Yep.
I'll kill her.
Thanks for coming
You guys
by,
are
everybody.
awesome, man.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you
Paul
so much.
Mecurio, guys. All right, we're going to come back in a second. More of the Halloween show. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Oh my God.
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing.
Oh my God, I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively
unique.
impressive.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me?
blessed.
It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much
My
for being
pleasure,
here.
man. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's up. He's zooming.
Yeah, we're zooming.
Oh my God! All right, real quick, you have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit, $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we love him. Going to be performing on, let's see, Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you, I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up as I do at my elderly age to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes, but I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah,
2:30 in the
I
morning.
watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you, Bob.
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz who wrote the screenplay for it. Not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
Are you? I contend a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is.
And
it did
Bob
a
Saget's
lot
role.
for snow globes. It was and sleds went up.
Were
in
those the
value.
tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got
sleds.
snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, yeah, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget
ethos.
range. Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about Bill. Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that response.
self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set.
Oh,
that
it's
people
legendary.
booed.
Yeah.
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor and watching it. And I'm going, this is going great. And I said, this is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed. But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd, it was just booers. And he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, did you see that? That was terrible. I said, Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever.
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon. And you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasting on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it. And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons. And it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living. But I'm very fortunate, and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is, because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I'll tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you, and I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my butt.
Yeah.
I actually did the drive-through. So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing. And there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop. Don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people. You know, they have to do the CDC guidelines.
Sure.
So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well. But we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand-up, I don't think, ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask, you know.
So, Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background, because people like to zoom in and, oh, you left the toilet dispenser out, and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way.
It looks like one, but yes, you know what? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is.
Oh.
I would go get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So,
so Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain Society. Not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is redundant because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded to me by Joan Dangerfield, his widow, and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at a big event. And he was a good friend. I officiated his funeral, and he started me out on the Young Comedian special when I was like 25, 24.
I remember.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something?
I do. It's in the other room. There's a study behind here, and I've got Rodney's pot pipe, and that came out on the Bill Burr, Bert Kreischer podcast, and I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in, and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid I got high just looking at it.
Well, a lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was, I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels, how do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't think he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful, because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. Well, actually, on his tombstone it says, "There goes the neighborhood," because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something, because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it.
Yep.
And to me, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald to me is just one of the greats, and I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do, but the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as excited.
We're coming out with a Viewmaster from Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmasters.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do with who we're planning to do it with, it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
awesome.
It's been a couple of years in the making, but I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known that does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dad. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly, before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with.
Yeah,
more human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different. People are now just right before quarantine. They were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be for years an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material is always there. You're always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that, because that's the truth. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. Yeah. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show before.
Have, yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that at Stephen Starr's Comedy Club? Or
no, actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's, and you guys were teenagers, and you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage, and then people go, "How did the Full House dad get weird?" I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. So I mean, Stephen Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned. Okay, but I love Philly. Go ahead.
dd.org, and that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Okay. I was told to just wait.
Yeah, I hit a
in
button.
case he was going to do something. And
did the button not work?
The button did not work.
The button. Oh my God! So we have a surprise in our studio.
There we go.
Bill Weston has brought back the Scooby-Doo costume that we have mentioned many times over. It's all for the show.
I didn't realize you had purchased that.
Oh yeah, I've been sitting in a box.
I thought it was a rental.
He wasn't giving that one.
And I heard you guys talking about how ridiculous I looked walking down South Street like 10 years ago. So I actually rode in on my motorcycle.
No, did not.
Yes, I was hoping you guys might be looking out the window.
Are you serious?
So I'm on the Harley. It's like I'm coming down Montgomery. Of course, about 30 miles an hour, the head starts flopping back because of the wind, right? But anyway, no.
Oh my God!
Right.
Dog on a hog.
It's all a dog on a hog.
That's true, man.
I did it for you guys.
That was one of the most amazing memories.
How many years ago was that? 15? It was early on. It was probably
once.
At least 12 or 13 years ago.
Yeah, I think I loaned it to Rabbi one year.
How did what is this? This is Rabbi would he come up to the belly on this thing?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. So happy Halloween.
Oh,
happy
thank
Halloween.
you. Oh, my God,
Like
that's
you got some guests in here
fantastic.
this morning. That's nice.
Yeah, they're in sales.
Yep.
Right.
We're selling the station.
I need to maybe we can have Connor take I want to see how ridiculous I look like going by on my
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we want to see that. In fact, if Connor, one of the interns, can grab a shot of you on your hog.
Okay.
Some video of you peeling away in that would be wonderful.
Your glasses.
This is the first time
Do
that
me a
I've
favor,
ridden my bike probably in I don't know 10 years without a helmet.
Go to a pagan biker rally with that on.
Yeah.
By the way, and we haven't mentioned this on the air yet, but now a few of us have noticed the motorcycle helmets
that are actually animal heads. Have you seen these things?
No.
Oh my God! No,
Yeah.
legit. Yeah,
Animal
they're helmets.
from Muppets. I've seen bunnies. I've seen.
I saw a dog head.
It's a full thing.
Full helmet.
Head.
Yeah.
Yes, but I assume there's some protection involved in that. I don't know.
Bill, there's got to be a Scooby-Doo. Yeah, it'd be great. Fully protective.
I'm saying I hit the ground with this thing. I don't know if it's going to do too much.
He's going to die. Getting last rites with a Scooby-Doo hat on would be amazing. Look at this. Oh, there they are. See, Bill, that's the...
oh, these are cheap.
Those are
ones,
cheap.
though.
No, those, yeah.
Those got to be... no, I think they're covers that you put over a
No,
helmet.
what we're
That's
talking
it
about is full... No, there are full case helmets.
No, I know what you're saying, but you know what? Maybe they're not full helmets.
Maybe it's just the
maybe it's a
cover.
regular helmet with the cover over
A
it.
cover that slips over a helmet. Okay,
Oh,
that
well,
might be it.
I feel robbed now.
That way
Interesting.
you can have a DOT approved,
Yep.
I
do like.
bucket.
There's a jack-o'-lantern one there that looks really cool.
Ooh.
So yeah, hang on a second. Look at this one.
Is that the only version of it, or have we been living a lie?
I don't know, but I approve. I definitely approve. All right, Bill. Thank you.
Appreciate it,
buddy. See you, Scoob.
What? Scoob wears... I didn't realize that Scoob wore shorts.
Shorts. I know.
I can't see his legs from here, so
There should be a red lipstick that you can hang off the belt.
Hang on, Marissa.
I just want you guys to know that there is a full compilation of all of the best Bill Weston Halloween costumes from over the years now on PrestonandSteve.com.
Do you have the picture of him with Snape with the dildo?
Yup.
Yeah, there we go.
It's not just a photo, it's a video.
Not only that, there's pictures of the entire history of the Preston and Steve Show costumes.
Yep.
That you can access if you want to see throughout the years. The ones that we've either worn out to events or here in the studio.
Go ahead.
I think Kathy wins Halloween.
What was that?
On our show.
Okay.
I mean, you've done
Overall?
Preston. You and Shell. Your couples costumes are great, but just some surprises that have come from Kathy over the years are pretty good.
Marissa, your boob hung out one year.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that?
Lil Kim, right?
Yeah.
Were you feeling her up, not realizing it was...
Oh, yeah. She wore a chicken cutlet over one boob, and I grabbed it because I was thinking I'm just grabbing this piece of silicone or whatever it was, not realizing her breast is right underneath there, and I grabbed it and jiggled it, and I'm like, oh, you idiot.
Yeah, it's like
You
just
moron.
a thin layer of
I know.
jelly.
I apologize immediately. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't believe I just did that.
Fortunately, that was years before Me Too.
Yeah,
So,
way before Me Too.
So it
But-
doesn't count.
Yeah, it doesn't count. Let's face the truth. Statute of limitations.
It's
ran
the
out on
same thing.
that.
Like if you eat it in the car, you don't get the calories. If you've molested a coworker years
Yeah.
ago, it doesn't matter.
So if you want to peruse the variety of costumes from us throughout the years, you can check that out.
You know what? I think
PrestonandSteve.com.
my favorite of yours, Preston, is the Fury, the baseball Furies
Oh,
from
dude.
the Warriors.
I don't have pictures of that, unfortunately.
It was, and so we were talking a little while back about getting arrested in Halloween costumes, but and so you had gotten into it with the stage manager backstage while
Yes.
you were wearing that outfit, and
I
mind
had
you,
a bat too.
and you had a bat. Mind you, the stage manager was completely and totally out of line, and you stood up for. I think you were standing up for me, but dude, you were scary. You were
I was?
scary.
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It's a street gang in the Warriors.
Yeah, your face paint and like how serious you were. I was like, I do not want to F with this guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember being intimidating.
Remember,
that
you had
night.
your bottles, and you're going, Warriors, come out to play.
I do miss the tandem costume that Caroline and I would do for years and years, and eventually grew out of it. Unfortunately,
You want to do it with me?
We did it several years in a row. It was so great. The very first one was Prince Charming and Cinderella.
Isn't that that's the Disney stuff ends up being a perennial between a father and a daughter, right?
Adorable. It was adorable.
Yeah.
So
was that your favorite?
No favorite. There were some good ones. One that I thought was a lot of fun was Caroline wanted to go as Katniss.
Oh, Hunger Games.
From Hunger Games. So I went as Arrow.
Oh,
so we both
that works
had,
out well.
had
Yeah.
an Arrow theme.
We're looking
thing,
at it.
Yeah,
which
that's cool.
I thought that one was a lot of fun because we put on some eyeliner and stuff like that, and we looked kind of badass. So that was I really enjoyed that one. But there's been a bunch of them throughout the years. So I don't know what we're getting tonight. We'll see.
Oh,
hopefully
is there something.
I guess so. So you know what? So Caroline is 16, and that goes to the question of how old is too old to be
Yeah.
Trick-or-treating?
Yeah. Do you remember when you felt, okay, maybe I've hit the wall here on this?
No, I don't remember specifically.
For me, it was 6 years ago.
When it wrapped up as far as going door to door, but
When the cops are called because you're loitering, that's a problem.
I'm sure it was high school, at some point in high school. I don't remember the last time I did it.
I was with my friend, and we went up to the door and rang the doorbell, and the person came to the door and said, yeah. And I said, okay, I guess we are having it. This is known as a night of candy dispensing at the door, and the fact that didn't occur to you says we're probably too old for this.
I changed my mind this week because I feel like I was kind of grumpy about it when teenagers would come over, and then I saw something that Jackie Bam Man posted, which really kind of spoke to me.
I saw that.
It says, the teen who comes to your door to trick or treat is choosing being a kid over new other things. Give them the candy, smile. Life only gets harder. Let them enjoy it, and you're only young once. And I thought that's spot on. And I don't know why it bothers me, or it used to bother me that somebody would do it. Who cares? They're just out having a good time. Yeah. Let them have a good time. And life sucks for the rest of your life once you reach 19. So enjoy your teenage years, and don't be such a grumpy a-hole if a teenager comes to your house.
I never had a problem with it as long as you make the effort to do a costume.
Yeah, put a costume on.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
You can be whatever age you are.
It's not a soup kitchen.
If you're fully dressed up. But if it's, I mean, honestly, the one thing that I can't stand is the football jersey.
Yeah.
And that's it.
It's your jersey that you wear when you play football.
Just the jersey.
Yeah, put your shoulder pads on.
Shoulder pads, helmet.
Oh, God.
Okay, now we've put something together.
I'm a Century 21 real. Well,
you know what I mean?
That's what you are.
Because I'm spending money, right? I'm not just, get this candy for free at the supermarket, and guess what? Inflation, mother effer. The candy's more expensive these
candy
days.
is expensive.
I bet you the kids love coming to your house.
Yeah. No, they do.
You can
they do.
send them to my house. You can come in whatever you want. Come in your
Nobody
sweatpants.
comes to Kathy's house.
I don't care. I will give you candy. I'll invite you in. We can sit down and have dinner.
Who wants wine?
Make some succulents.
Mom, this woman won't stop talking about succulents. So we get hundreds now, which is because my house is an advertisement for us loving Halloween, and the school buses go by, and it's the most wonderful thing, Preston, to see those kids, even with the parents and the theme costumes. I love seeing the parents with the coolers.
Yeah.
They're walking around, so they're not driving the kids around, but they're imbibing.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful thing.
I remember a few years back, and I feel like it was at my last, what did I say?
No, nothing. No,
Okay.
I remembered you talked about walking around with the coolers, and I've told this story before. I'll tell it one more time quickly and then go to you, Casey. I was dressed as Superman. I'm going through the neighborhood
That's right.
with Caroline. I forgot what Caroline was dressed. I think she was Catwoman or something like that. And I'm walking around, and we're at the tail end, and I've got a beer in my hand, and I recognize somebody. I'm not like, hey! And I fling my arm around. Beer goes, just shatters all over the sidewalk, and I'm like,
Don't worry.
I'm the drunk guy walking around with his grade school year kid, and I'm hammered.
It's okay. I'm his father.
So now I'm over trying to kick the glass over into the yard, and oh God,
I peed in people's bushes. As
it was a low moment
as an adult.
But that wasn't even Halloween.
Yeah, right.
That was Arbor Day.
Sorry, your story, sir.
This story. Oh, so it was a lady. So the kids were trick-or-treating, and the mom was with the kids, and the mom was trick-or-treating too. Now, I feel like maybe she was definitely not from this country, and maybe this was like her first time doing trick-or-treating.
I am here for the tricks of the treat.
But I thought it was adorable because she came up and she gave me her bucket. I'm like, there you go. You can have some.
Welcome to our country.
Welcome to our country.
Here's if you do have an issue with teens, also there's and I did read this in an article, and this is a serious point though, that some accommodations should be made for children with special needs.
Yes.
Many kids with special needs, this doctor says, are developmentally much younger than they appear, and it's all about developmental age and stage rather than chronological age and stage. Some of them, it may not be obvious if they are.
That's why, to me, if someone is... Anyone who's caught up in the spirit of the holiday and is having a good time, I don't care what if you're there in an iron lung and there's a pair of cat ears on it, I'm going to give you candy.
Sure.
It doesn't matter.
I trick-or-treated all the way up till I think 18. I was 18 when I trick-or-treated for the last time.
Did you of your own volition say, okay, the curtain is rung down on this? Because I remember clearly I moved from the door-to-door to enjoying the dispensing of the candy.
Yeah, so
that to me was which is where I've resided for many decades now.
It was my freshman year of college, and I thought it would be kind of fun to have my friends from college go to my hometown and do some trick-or-treating. And so that was my last hurrah. I don't remember how I was that year, if it was like, this is good. This is it. This is my swan song. I don't.
We didn't know.
Yeah,
my experience is we didn't know it was it, but but we were basically told summarily that it was it.
So I was reading. There are actually some laws against ages and trick or treating.
Really?
Yeah, Chesapeake, Virginia limits trick or treating to kids under 14 and under, and older trick or treaters can actually be charged with a Class 4 misdemeanor.
Oh, get the hell out of here!
That's a death penalty.
Other cities in Virginia have similar trick or treat age limit laws in place. Virginia Beach, Portsmouth, Suffolk, Norfolk, and more prohibit trick or treating after the age of 12. Kids in Newport News who are 12 or above are allowed to accompany younger siblings but can't wear a mask.
Come on.
In Upper Deerfield Township, New Jersey, they've had a trick or treat age recommendation for over 30 years. It advises against trick-or-treating for kids over 12.
Well, I think what they have to do is start issuing trick-or-treat licenses so that you can legally go from door to door if you're 12 and older
The
to
law
collect candy.
in Belleville, Illinois, where it's actually called Halloween solicitation, forbids children over age 12 from wearing a mask, and those in 9th grade or above, they can't appear on the streets, highways, public homes, private homes, or public places in the city to make trick-or-treat visitations.
That seems absurd that a 12 or 13-year-old couldn't wear a Halloween mask.
Similarly, Charleston, South Carolina restricts trick-or-treating for teens over 16 who aren't allowed to wear a mask in public places. And also, municipalities with age-restricting laws say that it's in the interest of public safety, but many parents of tweens and teens disagree with that.
Do you remember years ago? Because we used to get you get the cheap masks that were the plastic with the elastic band around the back, and the smock that would be, like, for example, I'd be the Wolfman often.
Strawberry shortcake.
And there'd be a picture of the Wolfman on the smock, like the most vain monster in the world is wearing his own picture. but the thing was the peripheral vision. I remember that was a big thing because those masks, didn't allow a lot of that. But the fact of just you're 12 years old and past that you can't wear a mask doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't know. Here, by the way, this
can you still dress like a prostitute?
This text says, me and the squad are going to Kathy's tonight. See you at 7.
Nice. What are all these guys here for?
Squad's all heading over. By the way, speaking of all things Halloween, by the way, the state in the country that has the highest kill count of all horror movies is Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, yeah.
There are more movie murders in Pennsylvania than any other state.
I consider that a feather in our cap.
I'm trying to figure out
a bloody feather in our cap.
Friday the 13th, is that?
No, that's Camp Crystal Lake. That's upstate New York. It's supposed to be.
Okay, what is?
Yeah, what movie?
No. It just means overall.
Yeah.
Collectively
What
of horror
movies?
films. If you add them all up, all the deaths in all the horror films, more happen in Pennsylvania than anywhere else.
I would say that there's a lot of independent films, horror films that focus in and around this general area. If you take Night of the Living Dead, Pennsylvania. Right, so and the various Night of the Living Dead.
I don't have all the movies listed, but so Pennsylvania has 615 fictional deaths across 6 movies.
Wow.
Yeah.
So okay,
doesn't say which one.
They should list the movies.
Well, it was one of those websites, and I couldn't compile the information without.
What's the Shyamalan movie where the trees breathe?
The Happening.
Yeah, that kills a lot of people.
Yeah.
What's happening with the rerun?
What's happening? Yeah.
I have 10 horror movies based in Pennsylvania.
All right.
If you want
Imagine a horror movie. Oh, you have them? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The Blob.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people.
Night of the Living Dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sixth Sense.
Dude,
this is The Happening.
This is what's happening
with Raj and Rerun
and Dwayne. Don't forget Dwayne
and Shirley.
All right.
Shyamalan.
Sorry.
Shyamalan's adding to the number. So Sixth Sense, Signs is also on here. The Village.
The Village. Not a lot of people die in The Village.
People die in that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Final Destination 3.
Okay.
The Fields.
All right.
Sinister.
Sinister. Oh, Sinister is a mofo. That's with Ethan Hawke.
I was too scared of it.
Sinister's on my list of top 25 horror movies.
This is literally because of Shyamalan that this number exists. The Visit, Split.
Wait. There are horror movies where more people are killed.
Yeah.
But the
Split only
happening
has
is-
like 2 people die in that movie.
Yeah.
Come on, you got to up your game.
It just says 10 horror movies based in Pennsylvania. So there's no.
all right.
Yeah.
It's not kill
All right.
count movies. Okay, I gotcha.
But the happening, I mean, there's at one point where the dudes are just
Diving off the building.
Yes.
By the way,
Yes.
By the way, with 615 fictional deaths, I mean, it absolutely eclipses all other states because the second one is New York with 254 fatalities.
So, F
Like
you, New
less than
York,
half.
first off, in your face, New York. You want to get killed, you come to PA.
And then California is third with 163. And that state's huge, man.
I would say, yeah, as a massive horror fan, this is wonderful news. And the fact that the Blob, which is horror royalty / sci-fi, the rich history here. But again, if you take the original Night of the Living Dead, which was shot on a farm out in western PA, outside of Pittsburgh, I mean, that's started the whole zombie realm. Yeah.
Yeah. Was that the first? Had zombies been even
They've
a
been in
fictional
movies.
thing?
Yeah, they were not quite like that. So you had like White Zombie, which was made I think in the 30s or 40s, and there were zombies, but they were more just sort of laconic. They weren't flesh eating.
So White Zombie, the band, got its name from a
from
film?
the movie. Yeah,
I never knew that.
Yeah. See, everyone's learning today.
Okay.
So I don't know how you feel, Steve, about horror movies kind of coming in and changing the rules of other,
If the movie lives within its own rules, I have no problem.
Explain.
It's when they deviate.
All right, so I can't remember the name of the movie, Preston, but in this movie they had said that monsters don't eat ghosts because ghosts taste like sheet.
He's been waiting on that one.
Thank you.
It's a dad joke.
It's a dad joke.
What do you guys think on that one?
We got some friends in the studio this morning.
Was that the one you said you were sitting on for a while waiting?
No, that one
was
just
a
showed
newbie.
up today.
Oh, wow.
Just showed up. Like
I
a ghost.
actually liked that.
Because they taste like sheet?
They taste like sheet.
Yes.
Monsters don't eat ghosts.
Because the ghost tastes like sheet.
I'm going to give him points because for a guy who's terrified of horror movies, he watched a mofo.
I watched one last night.
Yeah.
That's what gets some points?
Yes.
Not the joke.
I think so.
Yeah. All right.
I think I should get points for the joke because the joke was sent to me in question form.
The joke was terrible, but the fact that you did it in light of your recent achievement, it means something to me.
Thank you.
I enjoyed it. Oh my God, you found a picture of me as one of the baseball Furies.
Yeah.
That was ages ago. Wow.
That's
okay.
not
And
what we're looking at in the photo.
Casey's wearing a diving outfit with an S on it. Do you have any idea?
No, it's a swimming outfit. I'm wearing
a swimming
goggles.
outfit. Oh, but hold on. Are those pubes sticking out from your Speedo?
I like it.
What were you supposed to be?
Like maybe
Olympic-
Mark Spitz or something.
Olympic athlete. Says USA, right?
Yeah.
It says USA. Where? I just see
On
an
his
S.
chest.
On my chest.
Oh, I see the U above that and below. Yeah, you're probably Mark Spitz.
And I guess I'm just
'Cause
regular
they were
person.
hairy. They were hairy back in the day.
I wasn't wearing a costume.
Oh, okay.
One of my favorites was Charlie Brown, where I drew the squiggles
That
on my
was
bald
good.
head.
I don't know what this means.
That
Melissa.
picture is from 2005 on the
okay.
MMR
All right.
Creep Show.
It says Creep Show 2005 Bush Silvertide.
F you.
And I'm like, I didn't know what that meant.
Dear Preston,
so that
F
the,
you.
the photo is from that night we had the MMR Creep Show back in 2005. So it's our first year here.
Would that have been the Bill and the Scooby Doo?
No, because we didn't go to the TLA that night. This was at the Electric Factory.
Oh, at the Electric Factory.
Yeah.
Okay, all
I
right.
definitely remember that one. So, wow, interesting. All right. What was the movie you were going to
When
mention?
Fear Lurks.
This is the movie that Casey watched, and your respect for him
It is from this
has risen because of that.
A guy who hides, you put your hands over your eyes, you freely admitted. This is a mother effer.
Yes.
I mean, it takes, it's a brutal possession horror movie from this Argentinian director. He wrote it and directed it.
Yeah.
And it will twist you up.
It's definitely a melon twister for a lot of different reasons, but like I feel like maybe I should get extra credit because I did a double feature right before that, Steve. I watched The Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown.
I did as well last night.
Yeah, it was on
I
Apple
have to watch
TV.
it every year. Yeah.
Wait, is it called When Evil Lurks?
When
Yes.
Evil Lurks.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it.
And the same director did another movie that's on my top 25 horror movie list called Terrified.
Okay.
Which is sensational.
Did you like Smile?
I did. Smile's good. It is a solid movie. Kevin Bacon's daughter's in it.
Yes.
The conceit is, it's almost like It Follows.
It is.
Yeah. A similar idea.
I'm just not into scary movies anymore. Like I won't even give them a try.
You weren't big on it ever,
but
really.
I didn't hate
you like
him.
Stephen King, though.
Yeah, I do, and I like the macabre, and I like things that are kind of freaky. But and there are some scary movies that I really like, like The Others and things like that. But I just never really, I don't know. I've fizzled out on them a little bit.
I think when fear lurks, I think if you were to take that out, when evil lurks, take that out for a spin, you would you might enjoy it because you talk about it sets up rules. And so there are these two guys who are called to this farm. There is a possessed family member who is this big bloated pussy creature in the bed, and there's a protocol to ridding the demon presence, and they don't follow it. They take the guy and abandon him.
Okay.
And what happens is by doing that, they allow this wave of possessions.
All right, I don't want to know anymore. I might watch it.
Yeah.
So,
And there aren't like a ton of jump scares, and I think I dislike the most about horror movies are the jump.
Those are cheap. Those are cheap. So like
I agree.
Yeah, especially there's listen. I love a good Friday the 13th, a Jason Voorhees movie as much as the next guy. But when you're seeing a shot and you're seeing Jason ostensibly looking through the thinnest branch of someone who's walking not more than 3 or 4 feet away, and there's a 6'5" guy in a work outfit, overalls, and a hockey mask, and she can't see this guy. So those are cheap.
Yeah,
those are cheap.
Or
scares.
also you're looking into like a deep, like dark corner, and you're expecting the killer to come out, and pigeons come flying out. Like
right.
I hate pigeons though. If you're terrified of pigeons.
I think the last probably scary movie that I watched was, and I watched it because I'd never seen it before. I'm like, hey, I've heard things about it. Let me watch it. Was Cabin in the Woods.
Yes,
I enjoyed that. It was different. It was just different.
It also is, I think, in a way better than Scream did it. Takes all the common horror movie tropes
plays off of them. But it's got a unique twist to it.
Yeah,
that's like, whoa, that's
you didn't see that coming.
No,
I was thinking Knock at the Cabin. Sorry.
No, Cabin in the Woods with
you're
Chris
thinking
Hemsworth's in there.
Yes, you're thinking of Nell.
No, that's terrifying.
It's Cylon Concon.
Yeah.
She lived in the woods and spoke gibberish 24/7. She ate her own poop. She was Nell.
Yeah, now
I'm
she's
Cylon Concon for you.
now she's tie.
I said tie. I cut your head off.
I cut your head off.
She's learning English the hard way.
Yeah.
What's English for cut your head off?
Is there a horror trailer for Nell? I love when they take old trailers and recut them as horror.
I think
movies.
they've done that.
I think so too.
Yeah, when they did the different strokes.
Yes.
That's where this music came from.
Is it?
This is that music from that
parody?
That parody, the different strokes.
Different
opening.
strokes.
Yeah.
That's essentially Mr. Drummond was a child molester. It was terrible. But they did the opposite with that well too, because they took The Shining and made it into a feel good movie of the year.
So this achievement for you
Thank you.
is not unrecognized.
What do you think of Midsommar, Press?
That was a freaky ass movie.
Like a scary movie that is in the daytime.
I wouldn't categorize that as a quote unquote scary movie. Seriously unsettling, without question.
It's a suspense, and it is that mounting fear of dread. It is any movie that plays on that where you say, "Leave now, leave now."
Yeah.
Why aren't you leaving?
Yeah.
and she stays, and it's brilliantly directed because as it's moving along, it's like, oh, okay, and then there's something that happens where you're like, get the F out!
Yeah. You know what? That was okay. That's a good example of a movie that I would take over what I would call a classic horror film.
Yeah.
Classic horror films and scary movies don't leave me with this. I felt like wrong after I watched this movie. I felt it was disturbing. You know what I
when
mean?
it lives with you. See,
Yeah.
I dig that. I like
No,
that.
I mean that's why I thought it was a great movie.
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to watch it again, but
yeah.
I'm glad I saw it because it was just like, what the hell? Where it was just. Have you ever seen it, Nick?
No.
Oh, it's messed up.
The movie that lives with me the most is not a horror movie, but it scares the crap out of me, and that's Silence of the Lambs. And I like just the psychology behind it has messed with me so much. So movies that are like that, these thriller type of movies, those are the ones that screw with me.
Thank you for saying it's not a horror movie.
Right.
It's classified as a horror movie a lot of times. Silence of the Lambs, I've never considered that. It's one of my all-time favorite films, and I love the book and all that, but I've never considered that a horror film. It's a
I
suspense.
don't,
Yeah.
but I give it horror movie because I can at least say a horror movie won all 4 major Oscars.
Right.
Because it won Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Actress.
Yeah, but
and all well deserved. I mean, it is a brilliant movie, and you know the tension. I love the first Hannibal Lecter appearance, Manhunter.
Yeah, it's
the
a great
Michael
movie.
Mann movie is
Yeah.
great.
Nick, watch Midsummer if you want another one of those mess with you type of movies.
Yeah, you just bring the kids over and watch Midsummer.
Okay,
man.
I'll tell you what. If you're looking for a movie where you want to just destroy someone's life with years of therapy, Terrifier 2. Terrifier 2.
Oh, the clown?
Art the Clown.
Okay.
And Art the Clown makes the appearance in the appropriately titled Terrifier. There's a movie before, but the actor who plays him is a mime. So in a time when you think the scary clown thing, you're not going to be able to get more from that. Art the Clown comes in, yes. And Pennywise kind of wrote the book on how to be a scary clown.
Yeah.
But Art the Clown is just amazing, awesome.
All right.
But it is tons of practical gore effects, and it's done to such an extreme that you end up chuckling because we're watching scenes. Right?
It's just ridiculous.
Yes, because I mean, it doesn't just stop with a hammer kill. Then there's the skinning, and then there's the playing with the parts, and but they world build in this bizarrely aggressive, visceral movie. They start to build a legend to him, a la Pennywise, and to this girl he's facing off with in Terrifier 2, who also has something in her story.
Yeah, I don't the gore thing. I'm not way into that. The kill counts of the blood. And
I actually got
the body parts.
nostalgically misty watching it, Preston, because
Did
I'm
you?
like, oh man,
Aw.
those were the days.
Yeah. You have your list of horror movies out?
Yeah, it holds true from last year, so we can just bump that up if you want, Marissa.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And what's number 1 on your list?
Well, The Exorcist. It has to go to The Exorcist because The Exorcist to me is now. Was it the most terrifying? No, but it is such a masterpiece, such a brilliantly directed masterpiece. And they're movies that sit right on its on its heels. But
it scarred me
for that movie,
Big time.
for what that achieved. And for William Friedkin, who started as a documentary filmmaker, and so much of that movie feels like you're watching real people react to this. What is going on? I mean, Ellen Burstyn's performance as a mother who's just can't explain what's happening to her daughter. It just guts you. It's amazing.
I'll tell you, the movies, both of them gave me a disturbing feeling continue through, and it plays off the demon thing again. Is The Omen 1 and 2. Those were so creepy to me because it just made you feel uncomfortable, and that there is this. If you go with the actual legend, I mean, you're talking about the evil personified, the most evil thing ever entering
the Book of
earth.
Revelation. Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
all that stuff.
And so all of those
This is
things.
evil.
Yeah. And Lee
And
Remick,
the disciples of him and all that stuff. Yeah.
and when he sees the 3 6s,
on
his son's scalp at night, he's in his son's room, Damien, and he parts back to hair, and everything. His wife is in the hospital, dead, I think, at that point. Because of this kid.
It ruined the name Damien for a generation.
Yes, it did.
You can't name it your kid Damien
Until
anymore.
a guy named Damien was running the food place in the building here, and then it brought it back.
The scene where the babysitter, the nanny, jumps off and hangs herself. That was like, oh.
This is for you, Damien.
Yeah, I was like, that was.
I don't want that.
Yeah. I wanted a Tonka truck. But I'll take it.
It was terrifying to me.
Anything like Rosemary's Baby has that same looming dread.
Yeah.
And when she starts to drink, the really super powerful coffee, or now has a fondness for more, raw steak. And why is that happening?
Yeah.
That's what The Exorcist
Slow
does so
build.
brilliantly. Yeah.
You watch the Nicolas Cage thing with Nicholas Holt, Renfield? Did you watch that?
I liked it. It was fun.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's comedically, and no pun intended. Cage sinks his teeth into the role of Dracula.
Right. Well, interesting. We'll look for Steve's top 25
Yes, we'll
horror
pump them
films
back up. Yeah,
on PrestonandSteve.com. All right, so one more Halloween thingy, because we got to move on.
Halloween thingy.
But I didn't want Halloween to get away before I saw
Wait
this.
a second. Is this totally Presbo?
No,
Halloween?
it's not. It's just a thing. Okay.
Halloween thingy, totally Presbo.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, a new age in horror. Presenting it's not?
No, this is the origin.
It's the noticer horror.
No, it's not.
It's the origin of the word boo.
Oh.
Not a sword?
No.
Oh, hey!
The word boo and why it is associated with ghost. I just wanted to touch on this.
Ghostly boo.
We'll be right back.
No, I want to know.
All right, so the phrase dates back several hundred years to Scotland, to at least the 18th century.
Okay.
Gilbert Crocat.
So before that, when a Highlander would jump out at someone, would he just go, I got nothing?
Gilbert Crocat mentioned the word in the 1738 polemic Scotch Presbyterian eloquence displayed.
And we know it as Time Magazine.
Here it says, noting that it was, quote, a word that's used in the north of Scotland to frighten crying children.
Okay, so that
Why would
really
you want to frighten crying children?
Well,
Okay.
because you didn't want them in the first place.
Yeah,
you should have
right.
worn protection.
Yes. All right, so boo was likely carried over to America by Scottish immigrants, like other Halloween traditions, including the carving of jack-o'-lanterns. During the mid-1800s, thousands of Scots and Scots-Irish settled in the United States, potentially helping make boo a popular ghost greeting. English speakers started using the word regularly by at least the 1820s. Other versions of the word boo, such as beau and beau spelled B-O-H, beau, are featured in literature dating back 500 years. The phrase is not too far off from the Latin word boare, and the Greek word boav, which both mean to cry out loud, roar, or shout.
Okay, so boo as in boo-hoo.
I guess so.
Right?
I don't know.
I mean, that
it doesn't mention boo-hoo in this, but Walter W. Skeet, who wrote in Cry Bow to a Goose in 1870.
I'd like you to check out my new book, Cry Boo to a Goose. What happens? Well, there's this goose, and it's acting up a lot, so Angus, he's not having it, and he yells, boo. And we go, I gave it I saved you a couple bucks.
So in 1870, kids would ward off aggressive waterfowl by crying boo.
You know how aggressive those ducks can get.
Yeah.
No?
This would cause the goose this would cause the goose to, quote, be defeated. In this instance,
I feel defeated.
The phrase
that Highlander just yelled boo at me, and I'm trying to do my ghostly duties. Clapping all over his lawn.
Your ghostly duties?
Yeah, it's what we do here in the Highlands.
The phrase was used to show assertiveness.
All right, as with many of these things, the exact derivation is up to interpretation.
Not specific. So there's more. Scary.
It's not like somebody in a lab built the word boo.
Scary beings such as the boo cow and the boo man also have the boo sound in their names. A boo cow is anything frightful as a scarecrow applied also to a hobgoblin, according to the Scottish National Dictionary.
So a boo cow, though, then what is boo cowkie?
Oh, shut up.
It's when you just spray milk all over somebody's face.
Dude.
What?
That's a Halloween tradition.
What is that, home? That's thick, man. What is that?
Well, that's the stuffing. It's double stuff.
I'm going to continue on. The word bogey has also been used to frighten children.
How you doing, kids?
An 1898 poem describes one of these boo men. So here's the poem, okay?
Okay.
Kings, counselors, and princes fair, as wheels the common plowman. High miced their pleasure mixed with care, and dread some muckle boo man.
Some muckle boo man coming in here like some muckle boo man, putting your hands all over my goose. You're just a friggin' muckle boo man. You filthy hands pawing at my goose. Like, how do you do? I've known your goose for years. You just met my goose. You muckle boo.
He's a muckle booman. Going back even further, in 1565, the story called Smith, which that forged him a new dame, described a blacksmith attempting to hammer a woman into a younger version of herself. And the blacksmith says...
Sit still, I'm trying to pound your face into a younger version.
He says, speak now, let me say, and say one's bow.
Okay, so was this a horror story? Was it in fact...
It's a poem.
Okay, a horror poem?
Yeah, it was in prose. So people from other countries use other words rather than boo. So here's an example. In Spain, they say "oh" instead of "boo."
Yeah, well, we tend to think, oh, this is an ecumenical thing where everyone jumps out and yells "boo."
Right.
But yeah,
and
that makes sense.
In France, they say "ho."
Ho!
Yeah. Rather than "boo." Yeah, like that. Yeah.
What about rar?
That is, I'm going to guess Brazil.
Like a rah.
No, that's we're talking about boo. We're not talking about rars right now. We're not.
Well, I thought we were talking about booze translated into other languages.
How about this?
Rag'em. All right, so boo is also recognizable in most European countries, albeit it is spelled differently, such as in Spanish it's spelled B-U. Bah. Boo also has other meanings. People hiss and boo to show discontent at sporting events and other activities. Some people also refer to a boyfriend or girlfriend as their boo, which may come from the French word beau.
So that is relatively new, though, right?
What's up,
referring
boo?
to someone as your boo would be within the past 20 years, 15, 20 years?
And it says, however, neither of these usages appear to be related to the ghostly word of boo.
Right. So boo is a bow version of...
version of bow. It's a playoff of bow, I guess so. And then they go with boo.
Does a video of someone jumping out and startling someone else legitimately... Does it ever not fail to make you laugh?
It's funny.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You can't help it.
Now, I showed Casey a video. I know we got to take a break because Casey likes to do the ha! He likes to do the startle scare, except he doesn't do it to me because I made it very clear I don't like that.
Right.
But this is a different version of that. You react to something. So say you're just sitting with a friend, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, my God! And you freak out as if something just like flew over your head.
Right.
And they freak out as well. So you're not startling them. You're reacting as if something scared you, and in turn, they react to that as well. And some people do it as if there are bees flying around their head.
I love that, yeah.
And
I actually like that approach.
Flip out and run away.
It's a whole TikTok trend.
It's
There's
pretty funny.
Tons of videos, and they make like a compilation of them. I laugh so hard at them.
Yeah, they're great.
They're great.
Yeah. But it's a twist on the startling side.
Well, tonight on porches all around the area, people sit dressed as decorations.
Yep.
Did you use the ghillie suit one year, didn't you?
I did. I think I did it a couple of different years.
You were dressed as Mickey Gilly.
I was dressed as Mickey Gilly, and I was eating chili. And
no, a ghillie suit is one the snipers wear to hide.
Yeah. And I just kind of like hung in the bushes right next to my doorstep.
That's great.
It was so good.
Yeah.
I don't yell. I don't go boo. My approach is no. It's more like a because
like a
people,
cat.
Yeah, because people can't process it. I think
they're not muckleboos.
No, muckleboo.
Yeah, friggin' muckleboo.
All right. Well, anyhow, there's your origin of boo, and thank you, and many other things.
We're applauding.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the holiday Halloween edition And even though he really doesn't want it, totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo. All right, so you know what we're going to do? I'm going to give one of these away now. When we come back, though, I think we're announcing this, right?
Yes.
We have a show announcement that we're going to make.
Very cool.
Pretty cool. But I have a pair of tickets for the #1 rated Birds home tailgate taking place on Sunday at Live Casino before the Birds battle Dallas.
Nice.
Yes. All right, and you can you get top shelf, all you can eat food and drink. E-Rock is the DJ. Hollis Thomas is going to be here as the Birds ambassador. Philly Sports Trips are your host, and you can visit phillysportstrips.com to grab your spot. But if you're calling number 20 right now, 215-263-WMMR, and at least 21 years of age or older, we'll set you up with that for free right now. So give us a call. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get some B-File stories and more when we return, and an announcement. Maybe some tickets. I don't know. We'll see. Stay there.
Going to conduct an orchestra?
That's how we know
we hold up
we're
our
going to
fingers so that we don't talk over one another, and so that but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central roast because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately, and I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood, and I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast for 2,000 people in New York. Wow. That was for the Friars, so that was for charities. The other charity is Comedy Central. But please continue. So Bill Hader got cut off.
I guess my question is, you probably prefer to do the ones in private because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up, they're edited a lot, and to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about
and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And unfortunately, people see that and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works.
Yeah.
It's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right? Yep. Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that. The economy of words and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss. So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio. When Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really, they talk about Jeff Ross and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Giraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. You know, it was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very, very sad. But I called him and I said, so are we going to hang out? Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to. And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone and she goes, hello, who is this? And I said, oh, it's Bob Saget. Greg says that you wanted to talk to me, that you're apparently a fan. Why would they be a fan? I said, well, I don't know. I was on that show, Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone and he's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. That's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up?
I don't know, man. We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who are devastated by this, just in on that level, and it's not even just the performers, it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of theaters, a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock wanted me, Live Nation called, said we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So
right.
Unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just going to be in and out to AC and then back, or are you going to be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could. I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens. Getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon. Going back, did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to get quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good.
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talked. But he's great. He's always been very, and with you again, let's people be reminded that you were been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations
always.
And stuff like that. So you
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off. He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone walking out.
It's worse than someone walking out. Yeah.
Nice. You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup because following you guys, it's like wow, it's all my friends. You have Tom Pop on, you have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise your podcast, which I enjoy as well. And is that a nice rest, diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure, my TV daughter DJ. From Full House.
Gotta tell you, I adore her, and I have fallen in
too.
with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does, and
she's
the Hallmark
Queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Well, it's interesting because we do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips, there's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast or sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
people are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up.
Yeah.
But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them.
Yeah.
People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z. And I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay. Right.
But you that's the interesting part is you can make with a podcast. I'm able to have that outlet this year, and I've had such wonderful guests. I've had Tiffany Haddish to Jake Tapper to Bill Burr to Jason Sudeikis to Whoopi. It's just been able, and then dear friends that I sparred with like Gilbert and Lovitz, and and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. I mean, I have no reason not to. It's once a week, and I love it.
Well, there's been, and we've talked about this. There's been again, and I must have said this 100 times over the past year, that there's going to be some things that are going to actually, that we found, hey, this is a way we can do this. The way we're doing this right now with you, Bob, on the Zoom setup is something that it was in the works, but we were forced to accelerate it. And so here we are doing that. So there are going to be some bright spots. And I think the fact that it accelerated you doing something that you're enjoying is a glass half full aspect to something that's been so profoundly unpleasant.
Exactly. This would be a dial. I'd be calling you on the phone. And now you get good quality audio. I'm on a podcast mic, and I'm able to do, I did Kevin Hart's new podcast that'll be on next month. And it becomes like you're in studio talking with your friend.
Right.
And as you know, that's what broadcasting is. You're just being yourself and talking with your friend or a person that you feel like, oh, I'm a person too.
That's right.
What I was getting at is the cynicism is what's ripping us apart. It's
exactly
where people, no matter what you say, people, if John Lennon said all you need is love, they would go, oh yeah, right. Canceled.
Right. It's
cancel him. Love. I don't have love. Canceled. But
I think your angle, your take on it is exactly right. And with Bob Saget's in the world and the planned Dirty Work sequel.
I never mentioned that. I never said a word. Saget, why are you talking about it? The ink's not even dry. Shut up. My bad Norm impression.
Well, up next is this weekend at the Hard Rock at the Edis Arena, Saturday. There's 2 shows, 7 and 10 p.m., and you can get the tickets at bobsaget.com, and we'll post information, make it very easy for you to do that. Bob, it is always wonderful to have you on, man.
You guys are so great, and I will want to be in studio again. When I come home to Philly, I want to hang out with you guys for about 3 or 4 days.
We can do that. I was going to say all morning, but,
3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days works. We can make that happen.
Look at how groomed you are. You're going to smell good. I'm fine with it. The worst is when you show up, and you're in some New York Sirius radio station, and wow, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
but everybody's got BO because they're a morning shock radio, and they're not. You guys are clean.
We're clean. Only one of us is BO.
Well, I'll have to guess. I'll know when I get there.
She is normally clean otherwise.
We love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Thanks, man. We got to go. Bob Saget! The one and only. God, I love that guy.
You could talk to him for hours.
He's one of the most naturally funny guys that I've ever met. He's just the best.
His stand-up is so freaking funny.
Yep, it's sharp. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about.
Mm-hmm.
You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip.
33 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
right, it is brought to you this morning by the Base Motel and Haunted Attractions in Glen Mills. #1 rated haunted attraction in America. Open now through Halloween. You can get tickets and reserve your time now at thebatesmotel.com. All right, how about this? A court documents revealed that for 40 years, a southern Indiana man stole thousands of rounds of ammunition from a naval depot without anyone being the wiser.
Oh, that's great.
And it wasn't until he was caught watching child porn in a Wendy's parking lot that the dominoes began to fall and his nearly half-century scheme at last was thrust into the light.
There's so many things about this, but the one overriding principle is that the guy was a moron and was caught by him being a moron.
Yeah, Timothy Guy, 76 years old, was recently sentenced to 5 years in federal prison after pleading guilty to possession of firearm and ammunition as a convicted felon.
Grandpa's going to Wendy's. Does anybody want anything?
Also receiving stolen U.S. government property and possession of child sexual abuse material for 40 years. From 1966 to 2004, Guy was employed as an explosives handler at the Crane Army Ammunition Activity, a U.S. military installation located within Naval Support Activity Crane, which is southwest of Bloomington and contains ammunition depots. Unbeknownst, for decades, Guy lied to his superiors by falsifying documents to make it appear as if ammunition had been destroyed, while in reality, Guy had smuggled it out of the facility and stockpiled it at home. Over the course of his time at Crane, Guy smuggled more than 10,000 rounds of ammunition out of the facility, along with 5 firearms, including 3 rifles and 2 pistols.
So think about how meticulous he'd have to be to pull this off, and yet he is so overtly obvious watching kiddie porn in the parking lot that he gets caught.
But Guy's ammunition theft scheme was only uncovered because of a completely different crime. Court documents said that as part of his sentence, he was ordered to serve 6 years on probation following his release from federal prison, and he will also have to register as a sex offender after this.
Jeez.
Let's see. Okay, here we go. What was supposed to be another luxurious stay at the Ritz-Carlton turned nightmarish for one couple. Now, their names are being held secret, so they're going by Jane and John Doe of Washington State. They arrived at the oceanfront luxury Half Moon Bay Resort for the weekend of November 18, 2022, to visit their daughter attending a nearby university for Thanksgiving and celebrate Jane's birthday. However, plans were significantly derailed after Jane had a sip of Ritz-Carlton branded water bottle that was contaminated with semen.
Oh, my God. I never knew you could order that.
Jane and John are suing the $800 a night resort, Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and Marriott International, along with unnamed defendants.
I'll tell you what, for what they charge for water, there should be semen in it.
The plaintiffs have not identified themselves in a lawsuit claiming to avoid harassment, injury, ridicule, and personal embarrassment. However, it's not only the plaintiffs' identities that are unknown. According to the lawsuit, at least 10 defendants are unidentified because the hotel company allegedly refuses to identify employees present that weekend to the couple and local law enforcement. Lawsuit alleges that the visit began normally. On the night of November 18th, the couple realized that they were out of water. They called the front desk for some more. Moments later, a male employee arrived with at least 5 bottles and had no reason to believe that the bottles were tampered with and defiled.
I brought you water.
Jane went to sleep and woke up in the middle of the night and reached for a bottle. According to her, she knew something was wrong and alerted hotel security and management. Jane said the water's taste and texture were off, and she initially thought it was a chemical contamination before she started to suspect that it was semen. This would later be confirmed in January of 2023 after a claim adjuster told the couple over the phone that the water was defiled with semen.
God.
The lawsuit claims that one of the hotel's employees put it into a Ritz-Carlton labeled water bottle, delivered it to their room, and then she drank the contaminated water before she realized that it had been defiled by a criminal deviant and that she had been sexually assaulted, according
That's
to
what
the
it
suit.
is. Yeah.
So we're going to have to wait and see exactly what comes of this.
Hey.
But I'll keep an eye on it for you and see if anything surfaces.
I hope they gave him a discount.
In Florida, a man pointed a firearm at an off-duty Florida Highway Patrol trooper while driving next to him on Sunday afternoon. Matthew Timothy Ryder got agitated due to slow-moving traffic and focused his attention on the trooper in his personal vehicle. The trooper was dressed in normal clothes with his family members in his personal car. Ryder, driving a red Chevy pickup truck, began driving alongside the trooper, speeding up and slowing down, yelling and using hand gestures, despite the trooper ignoring him. He then pulled out a firearm, displayed it, and then pointed it at the trooper.
Jeez.
The trooper reported the incident. They couldn't find his car on the highway. Instead, they went to his home where they later arrested him. Ryder is charged with 3 counts each of unlawful display of a weapon and aggravated assault with a weapon, because you never know who that person might be, dear friend. This has a fairly good end to it. One of 2 missing fishermen was found alive after spending 2 weeks adrift in the Pacific Ocean.
Wow.
He was discovered by a Good Samaritan vessel about 70 miles from Cape Flattery in Washington. The Canadian Coast Guard brought him to shore. He was reported to be in stable condition by the U.S. Coast Guard. The missing boat, named Evening, with 2 people aboard, had left Westport, Washington, October 12th, was expected back on the 15th. An extensive search along the coastline covering 14,000 square miles was actually suspended. The survivor was spotted and rescued by a Canadian crew while drifting on a raft like a couple of days after they gave up the search.
That's amazing.
He has spent 13 days alone on the raft, and he survived on salmon. I don't know if he was able to catch salmon while he was, living on that or
Well, that's
not.
pretty resourceful.
Yeah, totally. All right, and then one last story. An unidentified man was filmed jumping into the World Showcase Lagoon at Epcot in Orlando for $6,000. The bearded man, dressed in black, is shown scaling the railing of a bridge Monday afternoon and then jumping in.
I'm going to do it.
Footage captures an accordion playing in the background as guests urge the man to either jump or come back. The Dis Family Adventures YouTube channel says that they promised $6,000 to the unnamed man if he took the plunge. And one passerby could heard me saying, "You're going to get kicked out of Disney, mister."
And he was.
He was. And they'll ban him for life, I'm sure. And there you go. That is what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right. We're making an announcement.
Yay.
There's a show coming to town. We're excited about this. It will be at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Friday, May 3rd, and tickets will go on sale this Friday. And it is our friend, Mark Maron. Who is going to be performing live at the Keswick Theater. Mark is awesome. We love him.
He's great.
He's a comedian, yeah.
Absolutely. It's a show you should see.
Great podcast, obviously, and he's a friend of the show, so we're happy that he's coming to town. So Mark Maron is going to be performing All In, that's the name of the show, Friday, May 3rd at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, and tickets go on sale this Friday.
The civil authorities have issued a child abduction emergency for all of New Jersey beginning at 10:14 a.m. and ending at 12:14 p.m. Silver Hindu Isenata, New Jersey. S27 SLD 3-year-old Pedro de Silva, white male, red hooded sweater and gray pants suspect, black male, black North Face jacket, black pants, white sneakers, last seen in Newark, S6CO. New Jersey.
Are we back live? We're back live. I would say we had an alert. Obviously, it had to go. So we mentioned the Mark Maron show, and I have tickets to give away. Caller number 22 at 215-263-WMMR. Friday, May 3rd at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Case I'll need that. Oh, I already have that. All right, good. So we'll take that caller now, and we will set you up. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at AXS.com. So caller number 22, you get the tickets to see Mark Maron at the Keswick in May, 215-263-WMMR. Don't forget, today is Tattoo Day as well, so text the word tattoo to 39333. Floating World Tattoo and Piercing with a $350 gift certificate. They're on South Street, and we'll be back in just a moment. Second, pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of. I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is actually bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, it's very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers, starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. So
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays
I gotcha.
later, darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It
gets
stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or the completely wrong direction. And that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. You've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Oh. There's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. that means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget like actors really know what they're talking about. Like he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is that the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow up to it, Bert.
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He's like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy.
Van Halen 93.3 WMMR, another cover song this morning in our mask of music. The Roy Orbison classic, Pretty Woman. It's 10:26 in the Preston and Steve Show. Halloween morning, a Tuesday. We're going to get a winner for Tad Tuesday in a little while, but you got time to text in if you still want to do that. So text the word tattoo to 39333. All right, we're going to ask today's lesson question, and as a prize, we're going to give away a $50 Metro Diner dining card. So the question that I think we have to go with this morning goes back to our 6 o'clock hour. Dermot Mulroney is such a unique cellist. He plays the instrument by doing what? 215-263 WMMR. He's an actor. It's his birthday today. Dermot Mulroney is such a unique cellist. He plays the instrument by doing what to it? 215-263
1-855-263-WMMR. If you heard that call, now we'll do the trash wire call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories while we wait for that call to come in. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, former Boy Meets World cast member and current porn star Maitland Ward is backing Ben Savage's run for Congress. Said Ward, quote, "We can do this if you promise to donate to Ben's campaign every time I squirt."
Oh, my God.
Matt Davis!
That's what she said. I love that reaction. Kim Kardashian pulled out all the stops this Halloween, having her 30,000 square foot home turned into a massive haunted house. Kim apparently oversaw the entire theme of the attraction and employed the scariest of all Halloween colors, white.
Hey!
In light of early blowback, Disney deciding not to go the overly sensitive route with their new Snow White reboot and will include 7 CGI dwarfs. And just to head their bets, the dwarves will have huge foreheads and bark. So that's going to be great. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if someone knows the answer to this question. Dermot Mulroney is such a unique cellist that he plays the instrument by doing what? 215-263. WMMR. We'll go to JR. See if we can get the answer. Hey, JR, good morning. There you go, Case. There's your rare. All right, what does Dermot Mulroney do into a cello?
He blew into it.
Yes. You got it right. Hang on, JR.
I just watched The Lost Boys.
We are going to set you up with a $50 Metro Diner dining card, and you can visit metrodiner.com for more information. Yes, this is the music from Lost Boys. All right, we'll do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. Iron Maiden officially announced tour dates for next fall. Their North American leg of the Future Past Tour will kick off October 4th, 2024 in San Diego. 23 dates have been scheduled. They will be performing in Philadelphia tomorrow, 1 year from now.
Oh, wow.
Question.
November 1st.
Would you see that show?
Oh, Maiden?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, depends.
You've always been sort of a Maiden fan.
Yeah, but you know what? This is on the weekend, you know?
Yeah.
Probably. If not,
yeah.
probably not. I don't know. But yeah, I do like Maiden, and they put on a great stage show with the giant, Eddie, all the inflatables and props and things they use, which is pretty cool. So I would like to see them in person. It's a Friday?
It's a Friday.
Okay. Although it's nearly a year away, tickets are on sale this Friday, November 3rd.
Would you go to a rock concert that was... I think we were talking about this. Or maybe Jamie Lee Curtis brought it up. That's maybe where I heard it. But if rock concerts, for example, for people's schedules, if a band would do every couple of dates, do one at like 5.
A matinee?
Yeah.
Hell yes, I would.
Right?
Absolutely.
To me, that makes
it doesn't have to
perfect
be
sense.
late night for me to rock out.
Right.
So I think that'd be totally cool. Yeah. On December 8th, Pink Floyd will release an updated and expanded edition of their 1970 album, Atom Heart Mother. The set includes a Blu-ray disc featuring footage of the title track shot in 1971 at their first ever concert in Japan. The new video shows side-by-side footage of how the original looked versus the upgraded, which is clearer and has more color.
So there apparently is this really great Pink Floyd cover band that is coming to town. They're like, and I want to find. I got to find this email.
Is it Uncle Floyd?
It is not Uncle Floyd. No, it's. Let me just do a quick little search here. It is called. They're called Brit Floyd.
Brit Floyd, and are they like a full recreation?
They are, a.k.a. the greatest Pink Floyd tribute band in the world, and they're doing a show this Saturday at the Miller Theater. I wasn't sure if you guys had ever heard of them or not.
No. That might be something that would be worth looking into.
Yeah, so
I heard a commercial for it, but I don't know.
Okay. They're doing all of Dark Side, and I mean, these tribute bands are, and ones that are going to be playing a venue like this,
right?
These
they
guys
have to
are
have
top
some
notch.
worth. Yeah.
All right.
No, you know what? The only tribute band I've ever been to a concert of was the Fab Four.
That was your first concert.
No, it wasn't.
Oh wait, what was your? No, that was Beatlemania.
That was Beatlemania. The Fab Four we went to a few years ago at the Keswick, and they're great. And it's like Will Lee and these really amazing musicians.
Top
and
musicians.
They try to recreate the music perfectly as they can.
How did they do?
They're phenomenal.
Yeah.
So they're great. I appreciate stuff like this. It can be, you can't go see some bands anymore, and why not go see something that will get you at least in the ballpark, and it's live.
Yeah.
So the reissue of Pink Floyd's fifth album will be available as a special 2-disc package with memorabilia such as never seen before photos, and it also includes reproductions of the pamphlet, the poster, the concert ticket, and the flyer distributed at the event.
Of course, the truth is, if those knuckleheads had just put their problems behind them, they could reunite.
And then one last story. The 2024 Grammy nominations will be announced during a star-studded live stream on the morning of November 10th. Recording Academy CEO Harvey Mason Jr. will announce major categories joined by Grammy winner Arooj Aftab, Vince Gill, Amy Grant, Jimmy Jam, John Bon Jovi, Samara Joy, Mooney Long, Cheryl Pawelski, Kim Petras, Judith Sherman, St. Vincent, Jeff Tweedy, and Weird Al Yankovic.
What?
CBS Mornings host Gayle King, Nate Burleson, and Tony DeCouple. I don't know the last name. DeCouple will also be on hand. Yes, it's Tony Couple.
Couple.
The live stream will air on live.grammy.com and YouTube with video announcements in remaining categories to follow. The 66th Annual Grammy Awards will take place February 4th at Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles and will be broadcast on CBS as well. So,
Crypto Arena.
I know, Crypto.com.
Crypto.com Arena.
Yeah. All right, there you go. That's what I have. That's music news for you. All right, we're going to take a final break. When we return, we wrap the show up. Letter of the day, Word of the Week prize. We got 4 tickets to the Tool Sold Out show at the Wells Fargo Center, which will be happening while we're at the Camp Out for Hunger on November 16th. All right, we'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
He really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos. I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
Really? You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh. And we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we
more
spoken
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And and it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail. And Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. Okay. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggled so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope.
That's great.
And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went, I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him, and here he is, square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Oh yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got because we wanted to play. We played this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter, and he's like, "No, I'm not doing it." No, I don't want to do it. He's like, you know, I was like, oh my God, I'm like this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, "No, I'm not doing it."
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was
wanted
going to shoot us. Yeah,
but still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine.
Yeah.
So, how long will the shoot be taking place for the machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay. Wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Did she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach. Take the loofah, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I've had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Halloween morning, and nothing but cover songs are Mask of Music on the Preston and Steve Show. Foo Fighters doing a faithful rendition of Band on the Run. Love it. Good one to end with 10:44 on this Tuesday morning. And an enjoyable day today.
It was.
Chatted about all things Halloween, and we had our good friend Paul Mecurio by. And Paul was wonderful, as always. He is going to be performing a couple of gigs. One of them will be at the Pollock Theater, Monmouth University, Long Branch, New Jersey on November 11th. But then in February, he comes back with this show. It's called Permission to Speak, and he said it's more of a show than a stand-up program. It's more of a program than a stand-up show.
Frank Oz is behind the directing and creation with Paul of the show.
Yeah, so that one, the second one's going to be in February on the 2nd at the Sellersville Theater, and tickets available at st94.com. So it was cool having him by here this morning. Pierre Robert is here. How do?
Good day. He was great.
Yeah.
I loved his stories. But I also particularly loved your segment on people that have gone to jail in costume.
You were awake that early?
I was.
surprised.
It was a rare occasion today.
Is it Red Eye back?
Yeah, that's
what I thought. Yeah.
I was just driving back from the airport, but I heard all from there on, and it was great fun.
Oh, good.
But I mean, people had the wildest stories.
Unbelievable.
What was the guy in the gorilla? He's in with a gorilla and
He was
Joker.
Dressed,
the Joker, right?
Yeah, and he was dressed as, I forgot what he was
an
dressed
anime
as.
character, a female character.
Yep.
And the guy peeing on the side of by the dumpster.
Yeah.
It's just like one thing after the other, and then the guy dressed like a prison escapee. Oh my God!
In front of the prison,
and walking in front of a prison.
Yeah.
What about the zombie? The guy dressed as a zombie with his girlfriend or a fiance at the time. Mentions bomb on a scene in a movie.
Right.
Gets pulled in by the feds.
They held him for like 9 hours.
Right. They were priceless stories. Great stuff.
Yeah, that was enjoyable.
Yep.
Excellent. All right, you got a letter?
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
O as in October.
All right, excellent. We have 3 more to go. We give this away on Friday. It's 4-pack of tickets for the sold-out Tool concert. Thursday, November 16th. That's at the Wells Fargo Center, and it's presented by us, 93.3 WMMR. So we'll give it away on Friday, which is wonderful. What do you got going on today, dude?
Well, it's Double Shot Tuesday, and we do a big Halloween show. You guys did. I also liked your choice of masked songs throughout the program. I like when you guys take a musical theme and carry it through the program. You don't do that too often, but it's cool.
Thanks.
Well, one of the days I really loved is when each of you picked one of your favorite bands come out of the break each time with one of your
Bill
favorite
loved that.
bands.
Yeah, Bill Weston was a huge fan of that.
Oh, he did? Oh,
Yeah, I
good.
picked some obscure Journey song, and he didn't like it at all. So,
So tune in January 2024.
yeah.
Start that back up again.
Oh, by the way, I was pulling into the parking lot, and
Oh, you saw.
he's getting off of his motorcycle in a. Was it Scooby-Doo?
Scooby-Doo. He's a trooper, man.
I'm going, dear God in heaven, did he drive that way on that motorcycle?
He did.
Wow.
He drove that way, and apparently the head kept flopping back in the wind. But yeah, that's a classic story. The first time we were doing that event at the TLA, and there's Bill walking down South Street fully costumed.
I thought I was having a flashback to the Haight-Ashbury days when I saw him getting off of the motorcycle dressed like that. At any rate, on the program, we have a giant block of Halloween stuff starting at noon. Don't know what we'll do, but it's always fun, and we'll see where it goes.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Pierre. And I also would like to mention that today is Tattoosday, so we need to give away our gift certificate for a free tattoo, $350 gift certificate, Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And the winner is Aaron Kranick of Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. So Aaron gets that gift certificate, and don't forget, you got to stop by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Let's see. I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by, where is it?
I'm trying.
Where's that sound coming from?
Oh, it's an emergency broadcast message interrupting again.
Sound coming from? Brought to you by Duncan. The President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Meineke for tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more. Meineke, you won't pay a lot, but you'll get a lot. Before we wrap, I want to say goodbye. My best friend Steve is leaving today. Later, Dookie. Have a good flight. We'll see you later. Tomorrow on the program, a Wednesday Fox Good Day. We'll do that. Secret text word, and always a great conversation with the one and only Derek Pitts of the Franklin Institute.
Love that guy.
Yep. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have a happy Halloween. Safe one, too. We'll see you again.
Thank you.